Welcome to this full course on Next.js 15 here in 2025. We're going to cover a ton of different topics here today. I have timestamps down below that you can kind of see all the different topics that we're going to cover. But after watching this course, I think you'll have a very good understanding of how Next.js works and how you can use it to build your web applications. And real quick before we get started, Next.js is a React framework for building full stack web applications. If you're not already at least pretty familiar with React and JavaScript and just some general concepts around web development, I would definitely recommend learning React and JavaScript and maybe some CSS and kind of those fundamentals first before moving on to a Next.js course. But if you do already have a good understanding of how React works and JavaScript and all those sorts of things, then you're in the right place if you're looking to learn modern Next.js. So without further ado, let's dive into our first video of this course. One of my favorite features of Next.js is its built-in file-based routing system. As coming to Next.js from just vanilla React, I was so used to needing to install React Router DOM or some other routing solution and then doing kind of all the boilerplate necessary to get that all set up. And over time, it just kind of becomes pretty tedious to do, and it feels like you're doing the same thing in every single project you use. But in Next.js, it works differently, and I love it so much more than just using vanilla React. So today's video is going to be about this Next.js fundamental of defining routes. Now, there's definitely more to routing than what we're going to cover here, as you can get a little advanced with routing when it comes to parallel routes and route intercepts and all that stuff, which I definitely will cover. But for now, we're just going to cover the fundamentals of like, how do you create different routes in Next.js? So we're going to cover these kind of three main points here and then get into some examples. So I just created this kind of demo project here on Localhost 3000 that we're going to kind of show examples of. So number one, as I kind of alluded to, Next.js has a built-in file-based routing systems where folders are used to define routes. And how this works is that each folder represents a route segment and maps to a URL. You're then going to nest folders to create nested routes. So what I mean by each folder represents a route segment is that if you create a folder that is named settings, or the name of that folder is called settings, then that route segment can map to a actual URL like /settings. And then if you want to create nested routes like /patient/profile, well, in your Next.js project, which I'll show you this in a second, you just create a folder called patient. And then within that patient folder, you'd create a profile folder, and that automatically maps to /patient/profile. Now, one key thing to remember here, as I close these other drop downs, is that adding a folder doesn't automatically add a public route. You need to add a page.js or TS or JSX or TSX file to make that route publicly accessible. So if you create that patient folder, well, you're not going to have like a /patient route or a URL to go to, or that's accessible publicly, until you actually add a page.file within that folder. However, you could have a folder that has one of these page.files in it, but you could explicitly make that folder private by adding an underscore, prefixing the folder name with an underscore. So let's kind of get into examples of this. So first, let's just show you like what folder is going to map to this home page. And then I'll also show you a settings page that I have set up. So if I go to the code here in VS Code, what you're going to see is I have my home page here. I have my drop-down titles, my drop-down content, and this represents my home page. You can see Next.js fundamentals, defining routes. It is the same thing that we see right here. So that is indeed my home page. Now here in Next.js, we have our app folder, and we're on Next.js 15, the latest Next.js version at the time of recording this. And in this app folder, you can see at the root of this folder, at the kind of top level of this folder, we have some other folders here but we also have a page.tsx file as I'm using TypeScript in this project. So this page.tsx file in the root of my app folder, well, that is just going to map to my home page, just at /. So localhost 3000, this is the root of my app folder, and it's going to show this page.tsx file that I have. So here in this page.tsx file, I just export default my homepage component, and this is what is going to show on my home page right here. It is at the root of my app folder. But now let's say I want to create a / settings route. Well, what I would do is within my app folder, I'm going to create another folder within my app directory that is called settings. And then within my settings folder, I just added page.tsx file within here. And this could, of course, be a JS or JSX or TS file as well. But I have this settings page to where I have a React component settings page. I export default, that settings page. So if we go to / settings, since I have a page.file within this settings folder within my app directory, we should see this component being rendered to the page. So if we go to my app and I go to / settings, we see my settings page here. So it is as easy as that to create your different routes in Next.js. It just gives you that out of the box. I didn't have to do any kind of boilerplate setup there, which is super nice. So we looked at the homepage and the settings page, but now let's look at private folders and inaccessible folders with components and fonts. So as you saw here, I had to add this page.file so I could actually go to / settings. But what about this fonts folder? This fonts folder doesn't have a page.file within it, but it is still in the app directory. So if I try to access this fonts folder, what do you think is going to happen here? Well, if you were listening carefully earlier, it's not going to be publicly accessible. I get 404, page cannot be found. And that's because my fonts folder here does not have a page.file within it. If I went ahead and added a page.tsx file within my fonts folder, and I export a default function called fonts, and I just return an H1 saying fonts page, and now I go back to the browser, you see at / fonts, I see this fonts page here. So we made it publicly accessible by adding this page.tsx file. But if I remove this and I move that to trash, and now this fonts folder no longer has a page.file in it, and I come back to my browser, you're going to see that I get 404. This page could not be found. So you need to add a page.file within a folder to actually make it accessible via your URL. Now, we also have this components folder, and we do have a page.tsx file within it to where we just show an H1 with components page. So if I go to / components, we would expect to see this. And what we are going to see is exactly that, components page. But I can make this an explicitly private folder by renaming this and adding an underscore in front of components. That is telling Next.js that even if this folder has a page.file within it, it's going to be private. It's not publicly accessible. So what you see now is that this page cannot be found at / components. Even though I have a page.file within it, it's not going to be publicly accessible because I prefixed the folder name with an underscore. And I really like this pattern. If you're going to have a folder that just contains like components that you're going to use throughout your application, I really like the pattern of explicitly saying, hey, this folder is meant to be a private folder just for components. It's not going to be a publicly accessible route within your application. So you can make a folder private with prefixing the folder name with an underscore. And even if you have a page.file within it, it's not going to make that a publicly accessible route. But now as the final example here, let's come back and make sure I'm not forgetting anything. The final example is going to be looking at nested routes with patient / profile. So if we want to create nested routes, we have this patient folder and we have a page.tsx file within this patient folder. So if I go to /patient, I should see this component rendered to the page because I export default this patient homepage component. So if we go to /patient, what we see is this patient dashboard here. It's what I'm rendering here on this page. And again, that's because we have a folder with a page.file within it. So this route is going to map to this name of this folder. So within our app directory, it's going to be /patient that it's going to map to. And it's going to render this page.tsx file. But now if I want to create a URL called /patient and then /profile, I would just add a profile folder within my patient folder. So this is going to map to /patient /profile. And then within my profile folder, I of course add a page.tsx file to make this a publicly accessible route at /patient /profile. So if we go to that route, we should see this patient profile page here that I'm exporting within this page.file within my profile folder. So if I go to /profile, we do indeed see this patient profile page. So creating nested routes is basically the same way you define any routes, but you just create folders within folders and then create page.files within those folders. And that's going to create nested routes. And if we wanted to take this further, maybe we want to add a settings page. So /patient /profile /settings. Well, within my profile folder, we just add another nested folder that's going to be settings. And then let me just go ahead and within our settings page, I'm going to just copy this. And then within my settings folder, we need to add a page.tsx file. And then I'll just render this settings page. So if I go to /patient /profile /settings, I should see this rendered page.tsx file. So if I go to /settings now, you see my settings page here. So nesting routes is as easy as just nesting folders. It's going to map just kind of as you would expect intuitively. So as a quick recap here for defining routes, Next.js has a built-in file-based routing system where folders are used to define different routes. And the way it works is that each folder represents a route segment and maps to a URL. So if you create a folder within your application called settings, and you create a page.file within that folder, then it's going to create a route. As long as that folder is within your app directory, it's going to create a route at /settings that you can access. And then if you want to nest routes, you can do what we just did here earlier to where we just create folders within folders that contain that page.file as well within those folders. Now you can also be explicitly private about your folders by prefixing them with an underscore, just like what we do here with our components folder. Even though this has a page.file within it, it is going to remain private here because we prefix it with an underscore. And then even if you have a folder like our fonts folder within your app directory, if you don't add a page.file within it, it is not going to make it publicly accessible. If you're using the underscore pattern, then you might just make this underscore fonts to explicitly say that, hey, this is not going to be a public route. It is just going to be a private folder that we have within our app directory. So that is defining routes in Next.js. There's definitely more to know here, but this really should get you quite a ways, and it's going to be some fundamentals that you're going to use in probably all of your Next.js applications. At this point, I'm guessing you know what a page is, but real quick, it just represents some unique UI for a given route. So here at Locos 3000, everything we see here is just some UI for a given route. In this case, our home route. I go to settings. This is a settings page, just unique UI for /settings. I go to /patient, same sort of deal. This patient dashboard page is just UI for a given route. And in Next.js, the way you create these pages is all you need to do is within your app directory, you create a page.js, JSX, or TSX file, which is one kind of little important note there is that these pages can have those 3 different file extensions. And then once you create this file, you just export a component from it. And then once you do this, this will automatically create a new route matching the name of the folder. So as I showed you earlier, we have this locals 3000 and we show this page here. If I go to VS Code and we're in our app directory and I'm at our root of our project here. So this is the top level of our app folder. I have this page.tsx file and I export this homepage component here and we return this JSX here, which gets converted into what you see on the page. This is the UI that the user is going to see when they visit just / our homepage. And as you can see here, Next.js fundamental pages, Next.js fundamental pages, it is indeed the UI that you see. And now if I go to / settings, the way that we create this page, if I go to VS Code, within an app directory, I have a settings folder. I have a page dot, in this case, TSX, but like I said earlier, it could be JS or JSX as well. And then I export this settings page component from my page.tsx within my settings folder. And this is the UI that you see for my settings page here. And then the very same thing for my patient page. I just have a patient folder within my app directory and a page.tsx file within it. Now you can have nested routes and stuff like that, but I kind of cover all that in my previous video. Now, a couple of other things to know about pages in Next.js. A route will not have public access until you create a page.file within that folder. So if we look within our app directory here, I have this fonts folder, as you can see here, but there is not a page.file within this fonts folder. So if I try to go to something like / fonts, I get a 404 because we don't have a page.file within our fonts folder. So this is not going to be public, even though it's within the app directory. If I went ahead and added a page.tsx file and I export a default function, fonts page, and then we just like return an H1 that says fonts page, I save that. And then let me refresh this. What we're going to see is we do now have a fonts page because I'm exporting a component from this page.tsx file within my fonts folder. Now I could explicitly make this a private folder, like what I do here with components, by just renaming it and adding an underscore in front of it. And even if I have a page.tsx file within this folder, like I do, it's not going to be publicly accessible because I add an underscore as a prefix to the folder name. And then I come back to the browser. You're going to see that I get a 404 again because I added that underscore to our fonts page. And even if I try to go to like, instead of fonts, I tried to go to underscore fonts, you're going to see it's still going to give a 404, even though this matches the folder name, because I prefix it with an underscore. So it effectively makes this a non-public route, even though I have a page.file within it. And then pages by default, they are going to be server components, but can be switched to client components by adding use client to the top of the file. If you're not familiar with server and client components, I'm going to cover this in a lot more depth in future videos, but just know that by default, when I create a page like this, it's going to be rendered on the server. However, as in my root page component, I can add use client to the top of the file if your page is going to be a little bit more dynamic, and that's going to make this a client component and opt out of the default behavior of making it a server component. And then finally, it's pretty common to see data being fetched directly from your pages, as these are server components by default. So it's kind of a good place to do some of your data fetching. So something that you might see if I go to my settings page is I could just make this an async function here. And then at the top of the file, you might say const res equal to await, and then you might fetch some data here and then use that within your component. And you can fetch that data directly here within the server component rather than what you might need to do with a client component with using something like a use effect from React and then kind of do that whole sort of thing. Now, if this was a client component, you might need to do something like that. But I think for the most part, you can kind of do a lot of your data fetching within a server component and just fetch it directly, maybe within a page itself, like what I'm doing here. And it kind of prevents you from needing to use a use effect, which is kind of nice. So that is pages in React. I know that a lot of this is probably review and maybe not so new to a lot of you, but I think this should be a kind of a good overview of just what pages are, how to create them, and a few different points regarding pages. Next.js gives you an out-of-the-box solution for creating layouts. And a layout is effectively just going to be some UI, some structure of your page, something that the user sees, some UI that is shared between multiple routes. And the way that a layout works is that you use a Next.js file convention and create a layout.ts, tsx, or jsx file. And then you just export a React component from that file. So very similar to how you would create a page.tx file. But the difference with the layout is that the layout is going to be shared among all pages throughout that route segment. And here we're looking at, in my kind of demo application here, this is going to be the root layout, which the root layout is going to be required, and it's going to be shared through all of our different route segments within our app. So if the user navigated to /blog /dashboard here, it is going to see this root layout. Now, one important aspect of not necessarily a root layout, but any layout within your application is that it is automatically going to be passed the children prop. And then you need to make sure to render that children prop within your application. I'll show you what happens here in a sec if you don't do that. But just make sure that this children prop within your layouts is definitely something that you're going to want to make sure that you pass through and render somewhere within your layout. Now, coming back to this root layout a little bit more specifically, so this is going to be defined at the top level of your application. So right within my app folder, it's going to be the top level layout. In my case, I'm using TypeScript, so layout.tsx file. And in the root layout, it is required and it must contain both an HTML tag as well as body tags. And when doing this, this can allow you to modify the initial HTML that's returned from the server as well. So in your root layout, the most top level layout, you're going to need to have one in your application. And then also, you're going to want to make sure that this has the HTML and body tags, and that if you customize this layout like I have here, that you make sure that you don't get rid of those tags, because those must be contained within your root layout. Now I'm going to show you the running application here and some examples of this in a second. But before we get to that, you could also create nested layouts. And all you do for this is very similar to how you add pages in Next.js. Within a certain route segment or a folder within your app directory, all you're going to do is create another layout.ts or JSX or TSX file within that folder. So here I have a dashboard folder or a dashboard route segment, and then a layout.tsx file within it. I'm going to click on it here. And then this is going to be a layout or some shared UI that is going to be shared within all pages and routes within my dashboard route segment. So this layout right here within my dashboard, this is effectively going to wrap the page.js file within my dashboard, but it's also going to wrap my settings here as well as my about page. So dashboard /about and dashboard /settings are both going to contain the UI that is in this dashboard layout, because this layout is going to be shared UI for everything within my dashboard route segment. However, in my blog route segment that is outside of my dashboard, this is not going to contain this layout here because it's a sibling of my dashboard. It is not contained within the dashboard route segment. And then we can take this further to where within my dashboard, we have a settings route segment. And then within settings, we have another layout. So this is going to be a layout that is specific to /dashboard/settings. So it's going to be UI that applies to my settings page within my dashboard route. And if I took this even further and say you had /dashboard/settings/ profile, then this layout here would apply to that profile page. And then just keep in mind that for this settings page here, all the way down with my dashboard/settings page, this page is going to contain the UI from my root layout. So my root layout is going to apply to everything within my blog route segment, everything within my dashboard route segment. And later in this video, I'll just kind of roughly go over some things that are good to know about layouts. And then it's also going to cover my about page, my settings page, and everything within there. Let's start with our root layout here and just look at what these kind of look like, the effect these have on a running application. So my root layout, it basically renders a header here with just a couple of links, a link to home, dashboard, and blog. We see at my home page here, locos 3000, we see home, dashboard, and blog. So that is just my root layout rendering this top header component. Now here you see layouts, learn everything you need to know about layouts in Next.js. If we come back, that is actually the content of my home page here. Layouts, learn everything you need to know about Next.js. Now, what happens if I forget to render this children prop right here and I get rid of this? We see I don't see that content anymore from my home page. And the reason for that is because your layout is effectively a wrapper component around all of your pages in that route segment. And the root layout is going to wrap around layouts that are nested within your application. So the root layout is going to wrap around a layout in our blog. It's going to wrap around our dashboard layout. And our dashboard layout is going to wrap around our settings layout and our settings page. So these layouts are kind of like wrapper components. And when you use wrapper components, you need to make sure to render the children prop here, or else you're going to lose the content of which the layout is wrapping around. So this is our root layout here. And if I go to my dashboard, okay, we're going to see some new stuff here. Let's go look at the dashboard layout. So here we see that it renders this dashboard text and then a settings and about navigation, which is kind of like this secondary header right here. And I'm not saying this is the best UI in the world. It's just for example purposes. But when we go to our dashboard page, we still see our root layout as you would expect, but we also see this dashboard layout, which is like this secondary header. Now, if we go further and we go to my settings page, we see another like little piece of UI here. And if I go to my settings layout, you can see that it renders a side navigation or a sidebar here, which is exactly what you see right here along the side. So on my settings page here, dashboard/settings, we still see our root layout. We see our dashboard layout because we're in the dashboard route segment. We're /dashboard/settings. But now we also see the settings layout and then just some content for my settings page. Now, if we come back to dashboard, you no longer see the settings layout because we're not at the settings route anymore. And then if I go to my about page, which is just /dashboard/about, we don't, of course, see the settings layout or the settings sidebar because that's specific to /settings. but we still see the dashboard layout as well as the root layout here up at the top. And then if we navigate all the way out of dashboard and we just go to /blog, you see this doesn't have a layout of itself. It just has the root layout. And that's because the blog, it's not in the dashboard route segment. It's not in any other route segment that contains a layout. So it just has the root layout here. So fairly straightforward here. For your layouts, you just create a layout.tsx or ts or jsx file. And then that is just going to be some shared code that wraps around that given route segment. So the root layout is going to wrap around all of your different route segments. For our layout within our dashboard folder, this is going to be a layout that wraps around all of our dashboard route segments. So it's going to wrap around dashboard page as well as our nested dashboard pages. So dashboard /about, dashboard /settings, and so on and so forth. Now for just a few things that are good to know here before we end this video, straight from the Next.js docs, I'm just going to run through these, but if you want to check this out, I'll make sure to link the docs here. But as I've kind of mentioned, JS, JSX, or TSX file extensions can be used for layouts. I might have been saying TS at TSX, but it looks like it is just these 3 file extensions. So if I was saying TS and not JS earlier, that is my mistake. It is JS, JSX, or TSX files. Only the root layout can contain HTML and body tags, and it must contain those. When a layout.js and page.js file are defined in the same folder, the layout will wrap that page file, which we discussed. Layouts are server components by default, but can be client components. Layouts can fetch data. Passing data between a parent layout and its children is not possible. However, you can fetch data in a route in more than kind of one place, and React will automatically dedupe those requests. So if you need the same data in like a layout and a child component, you can just fetch that data in both of those, and React will make sure that there's not multiple requests being made. Layouts do not have access to path name, but imported client components can access the path name using the use path name hook. Layouts do not have access to route segments below itself. To access all route segments, you can use selected layout segment or use selected layout segments in a client component. You can use route groups to opt out specific route segments in and out of shared layouts. So say you have a certain route segment that you don't want the root layout to apply to, you can use route groups to do that, which I'll cover this in more detail in a later video. And then you can also use route groups to create multiple root layouts, which is also pretty cool, and we'll cover that more in the future. So just some good things to know there, but hopefully this gives you a good kind of overview of what layouts are, and really it's fairly straightforward. It's very similar to using pages, but just for more so kind of shared UI between entire route segments. In my previous Next.js video, we discussed the idea of layouts and how you can use layouts in Next.js, a specific layout file, to share parts of your user interface across several different route segments. So you could create a layout in this dashboard folder, and then this layout here is going to be shared across all the different routes and all the different pages within your dashboard folder. And how you also have this root layout, to where this root layout is going to be some UI here that is shared throughout all of your different pages throughout your application. That's great and all, but Next.js also has this idea of templates. So straight from the Next.js docs here, templates are very similar to layouts, basically the same as layouts, to where they wrap child layouts or pages. But unlike layouts that persist across routes and maintain state, templates create a new instance for each of their children on navigation. Meaning, when a user navigates between routes that share a template, a new instance of the child is mounted, DOM elements created, and state is not preserved in client components. You might specifically want to use a template instead of a layout when you want to resynchronize the use effect on navigation, or to reset the state of child client components on navigation. And those are really the kind of core differences there. Now, a template can be defined the same way that you kind of would do a layout. You just create a template.js or TSX file or JSX file instead of a layout.file. So if we look at our application here, let's show you an example of kind of the actual practical differences of this. In our dashboard layout, we render this navlinks component, and this is a client component where you can see use client here at the top. We use this use path name hook from React to set different kind of background colors for these links. And then also on mount here, we console log mounting, and then we also set the active link right here to whatever the link title is from the path name. So we have this link title state. On mount, we set this little title name here, just for this example, to whatever the end of the path name is. So if we come look at this in our running application, I'm going to open my console like so, and I'm going to clear my console, and I'm going to do a hard refresh on my page of Command-Shift-R. And we see it mounted once. And then if I go back and forth between about and settings here, you see that it's not actually re-console logging mounting, because it's not going to remount and re-render this navlinks component within my dashboard layout here, because it's just a layout.tsx file. So since this navlinks is a child client component, it's not going to remount it on navigation here. But if I change this to a template.tsx file, what you're going to immediately see here, if I come back to my app, I'm going to clear my console and I'm going to do a hard refresh on my page. You're going to see that I get the mounting. I also see it sets my active link here to settings because it's actually remounting this component. And if I shift to about here, it switches my active link to about, and you see it console log mounting again, settings, console logs mounting again, active link settings, about settings, about. You can see that it's remounting this component and it's recalling the use effect hook here on mount. So that is one of the kind of core differences there between a layout and a template. It is going to effectively remount its children client components on those navigation events. And if I just go back to switching this from a template back to a layout here, so we can just see those changes one more time. And then we come back, let me clear the console. And now let me start switching back. You see that it just stays at the active link of about here because it's not remounting and it's not updating or calling that use effect hook on mount because it's just staying mounted. The state is remaining preserved and it's not console logging the mounting because it's not running this use effect hook because this component is just staying mounted when it's rendered within a layout instead of being rendered within a template. So hopefully that gives you a good kind of more practical example of just the little subtle differences between layouts and templates in Next.js. And just to kind of recap them, templates are effectively layouts in Next.js. You can use them for really the same things. However, for a template, it is going to create a new instance for each of their children on navigation, which is why we were just seeing the behavior that we were just seeing. So for its children, it is going to remount those components, recreate those DOM elements, and state is not going to be preserved and effects are going to be resynchronized. So if you have children client components to where on navigation you really want them to resynchronize their effects, use a template. Also, if you want to reset the state of those client components on navigation, use a template. Else, I'm probably going to just default to using a layout. But if it's not giving you the behavior you want and you want to do kind of one of these two things, then using a template might be the solution you go for. So hopefully this video kind of helps clear up the difference between templates and layouts in Next.js. It is pretty subtle, but it can be kind of the solution that you need once you are experiencing an undesirable behavior when using layouts. In any modern application, you're going to need some way to link between your different pages to allow a user to navigate between different pages. And in Next.js, they give you a link component kind of right out of the box. Now, if we go to their docs here, you'll see that link is a built-in component that extends the HTML A tag to provide prefetching and client-side navigation between routes. It is the primary and recommended way to navigate between routes in Next.js. And the very basic example of it is you import link from next link, and then you render it somewhere within your page, wherever you want a link to be. And then you provide an href to that link. And this can just be a relative path to where you want to navigate to. So in this example, href equals string / dashboard would link the user to your / dashboard page. And I'm of course going to show some different examples of this as well. But to go to the actual link API here within the Next.js docs, I'll make sure to link both of these in the description below. I kind of discussed the basic usage right here, but there are some different props that you can pass to the link component. So the first one, of course, is the href prop, and that's basically where you want to navigate to. So / dashboard is going to navigate you to the / dashboard page. Now you can customize this a little bit more to where you can actually pass an object to href, and then one property of that object can be path name, and that links to whatever path name you want to navigate to. But then you can add query parameters by adding a query prop name, and then that can be an object to where you can have key value pairs of what you want your query parameter to be. So if we added this href right here, it would link us to / about, and then for a query parameter, it would put name is equal to test. So in my code here, you can see that I have this link examples page, and I use this link component, importing it from next link, and I'm in a server component here. So this is a great way to navigate server side, as there are other ways to do programmatic navigation in Next.js, but some of those are going to be client side. But here you can see I render this link component. I have my href. I pass in an object to my href prop. One of the properties of the object is a / about string on my path name property. So it's going to link to / about. And then my other property is query, and the key value pairs name test. So if we come back to my running application, if I click on go to about page with query params, and I go to my very elaborately styled about page here, and I just scroll down there quick so you can actually see my URL. Makes sense on a video regarding linking. But here we have about !name equals test. So you can see here again, if I click this link, it adds these query params because I added query, name is test. If I switch this to maybe code Ryan, and then I click this link again, you can see my name is equal code Ryan now, because I just changed the value of my name property within my query property for my href. So you can customize this href prop a little bit more. Now, what you could also do is we can use the replace property, and using replace will replace the current history of the state instead of adding a new entry. So this is going to be similar to using like window.replace in just basic HTML. And if we scroll down to my example here, you can see that I have a link component, and then I have an href / dashboard. So I want to navigate to the dashboard, and you can put your classes for your CSS or Tailwind CSS. This example is Tailwind, but you can style these links directly, just like you might with an A tag. But then I add this replace prop. So if we look at the behavior of this, and I think this one's easier to just see the behavior of it. If I click replace here, it navigates to my dashboard as we expect. But if I hit this back button, you can see that it doesn't go anywhere because it replaced the current browser history. So no longer does the browser history have that I was sitting on localhost. It just has / dashboard because it replaced it. It doesn't just add it to the browser history. So when I click the back button, I have nowhere to go back to because it just replaced it. So if we do this again, if I click replace, try to hit back, see it doesn't go anywhere because it replaced it. But if I look at my first example where I don't use the replace prop and I navigate to my about page and then I click the back button, You see it takes me back to localhost 3000 because I didn't use the replace prop there. It just added it to the browser history or the browser stack. But in this case, it replaced it, so it doesn't really have any localhost to go back to because it replaced it with /dashboard. And there are some cases where you might want to use that. Now you can also use the scroll prop. So this one is a little kind of nuanced at times to where you can definitely read about the scroll prop more kind of in their docs here. And I'll link this API reference in the docs where you can kind of learn more about it. But to kind of give you the TLDR here of what this says, the default behavior or scrolling behavior of LINQ is to maintain scroll position. So when you navigate to a new page, scroll position will stay the same as long as the page is visible in the viewport. But if that's not visible, it tries to scroll it to the top of the page or to the top of the first element on the page. But when scroll is false, it doesn't attempt to scroll to the top of the page. So in our example here, I'm going to scroll down. And if we look at my code here down to the scroll example, you can see it's linking to dashboard. And then I set scroll to equal false. And that's for this link right here. So I'm going to scroll down here as so, and then I'm going to click navigate without scrolling. And you can see here on the dashboard page, it kind of just put me in the middle of the page, like it maintained this scroll position here to where it didn't scroll me all the way to the top. It links me a little bit down on the page here. So when scroll is to false, it's not going to scroll you back up to the top of the page if the page is not visible in the viewport. But if I come back to my code and I comment this line of code out, and then we come back and I'm going to refresh just to make sure everything is kind of reset here. But if now on the scroll button, I click on it, you see it scrolls me to the top of my dashboard page because I now have that default scrolling behavior enabled. And if I make it false again, and then we come back and I refresh here quick, and then I click on it, you see that it puts me kind of more in the middle of the page because with it being set to false, it no longer is going to scroll me back up to the top of the page. So a behavior that sometimes you might want to have. Now, for the prefetch prop, I don't have a great example hooked up to this right now, but I feel like it's fairly straightforward from their docs here, where prefetching happens when a LINQ component enters the user's viewport. Next.js prefetches and loads the linked route and its data in the background to improve performance for client-side navigations. If the prefetch data has expired by the time the user hovers over a link, Next.js will attempt to fetch it again, and it is only enabled in production. So you can set this prefetch prop here. You can set it to 3 different values. Null is prefetch behavior depends on whether the route is static or dynamic. For static, the full route will be prefetched. For dynamic routes, the partial route down to the nearest segment with a loading JS boundary will be prefetched. And if it's set to true, the full route will be prefetched for both static and dynamic routes. For false, prefetching will never happen both on entering the viewport and on hover. So basically, you can manipulate this prefetch prop here to determine the behavior of when you want Next.js to load that linked route that it has here in your href. So you can determine, like if my href is dashboard, do I want Next.js to kind of load that dashboard route ahead of time or in the background when my link kind of appears on the page, or how do I want that behavior to be? And for most use cases, I feel like you're just not going to manipulate this prefetch prop. I haven't really run into too many issues with it, but there, of course, could be times where you need to manipulate this. So just know that for the link component, you can manipulate that prefetching behavior. And I'll just, when the time comes, I'll just come check out the docs. But by default, you can just not set the prefetch prop and then see if you run into any issues. But it does kind of go to show it is important to kind of test your apps in production because certain behaviors like this can be a little bit different. But yeah, that basically covers the primary and recommended way to link in Next.js. Hopefully that gives you a good idea of how this link component works, and it should be basically everything you need to know to effectively use this component. In my previous video on Next.js, we looked at using the link component, and that is a great method to navigate throughout your application However, for kind of more dynamic routing logic, so, a user clicks on a button, or, you have to push a user to a certain page after they do a certain action, you might want to use kind of programmatic navigation that is client side. And when doing that, you're probably going to want to use the use router hook in Next.js, as this is going to allow you to do more kind of dynamic routing logic within client components. The way that this is going to work, if we look at my running application here, you are going to import the use router hook from next/navigation. You're going to make sure that you're within a client component, because to use a React hook, you're going to need to be within a client component. And this is also going to be for more so client-side navigation. So it's going to have to be within a client component. So import use router from next navigation, and then make sure you're within a client component using the use client directive at the top of your file. And then to gain access to different router methods, you're going to call the use router hook at the top of your component, just like you do with any other hooks. And then here I just say const router is equal to use router. It's effectively going to return an object that has different methods on it for performing dynamic client-side routing. So to kind of go over these different API methods here, if we come back, you're going to see we can call router.push. So on the return value of use router here, I can call router.push, and this is going to navigate to a new route, and I'll show you examples of this in a sec. And it's going to add a history entry, a browser history entry. So if you use router.push, you can hit the back button in your browser, and that's going to take you back to where you called router.push from. And when calling router.push, it's going to accept a string where you want to push the user to. And then you can also set whether you want to scroll, and we'll kind of cover the examples of this in a second. And then you also have router.replace, which is effectively the same thing as router.push, but it's going to navigate without adding history to the browser, which it'll make more sense when I cover this. But basically, if you hit the back button, it's not going to take you back to where you called router.replace, because it just replaces the browser history, doesn't add on top of it. And then you also have router.refresh, basically just refreshes the current route, very similar to like window.location.refresh. And then you also have router.back and router.forward. It allows you to navigate forward and backward through the browser history, similar to like hitting the back and forward buttons in the top of your browser. And then you also have router.prefetch, which prefetches a route for faster transitions. So to kind of go over different examples of these, and then we'll cover some good to know things here in a second as well towards the end. But for basic navigation, let's look at the code here. So right here, basic navigation, we're just going to call router.push and pass in a relative path. So in this case, I'm saying push to the /dashboard page. If you see my project here, we have a dashboard page.tsx. So it should push us to this dashboard page right here. So it's a page that just says dashboard at the top. And we're just using the router object that is returned from this use router hook. So we call router.push dashboard. If we come back, I click go to dashboard, you see we go to /dashboard. If I hit the back button, it takes us back to localhost 3000, because that's where we called router.push on. So just basic client-side navigation there. Now we can also do it replacing the history. So in our next example, we call router.replace for the on-click on this button, and we just pass in the dashboard href. So navigate to /dashboard. If we click on this, we still go to /dashboard, but if I click on the back button here, you see that it doesn't take me anywhere, because it just replaced the browser history. It didn't add a new entry in the browser history. So it doesn't really know that we came from localhost 3000, just our home page, because it replaced that history. It just now thinks it's at dashboard, and there's no localhost 3000 that we came from. So if I do this again, replace, back, we see we don't go anywhere, compared to if we use router.push, we push to the dashboard, And then we come right back because it just pushes a new entry on the browser history stack. So replace can be used if you want that sort of behavior. And then for refresh, we're not going to see anything if we click on it, but if we open the network tab by doing inspect and then go into network, you're going to see if I click refresh, you see that it is refetching the data for the page here. So it is doing stuff. It is refreshing the page and refreshing the data, but we don't actually see the full page kind of reload like you might with window.location.reload. And then finally here, as our final example, I will close this. And then we can also disable scroll to top. So if we come here and for our refresh, I'm just calling router.refresh for refreshing the page. So you don't need to pass anything. It's just router.refresh and calling that. But for the scrolling, so I do router.push, but I set scroll to false. So as a second argument to your router.push, and this is the same thing for router.replace, you can pass a scroll for false, and this means that it won't automatically scroll to the top of the page that you're routing to. So see how I'm scrolled down here on my page? Well, if I go to my dashboard here without scrolling, you're going to see that I'm not scrolled to the top of the page here. It's still scrolled down, and then I can still scroll up. So if I come back, you see I'm scrolled down here a little bit, and I go to dashboard, and you see it's still scrolled down a little bit. But the default behavior here is if I use my first push to where I just go to router.push/dashboard, even if I'm scrolled down here, like I still am, if I click on this first one that's not setting scroll to false, you see that it scrolls me to the top of the page that I'm linking to. So by default, if you use router.push, router.replace, it is going to scroll you to the top of the page that you're routing to. But then if you set scroll to false as your second argument to router.push or router.replace, you're going to see that it maintains the scroll position here to where we kind of stay scrolled down. It doesn't scroll us to the top of the dashboard page. And then just some good things to know here about the use router hook that I thought are worth mentioning straight from the Next.js docs here. You must not send untrusted or unsanitized URLs to router.push or router.replace, as this can open your site to cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. So you should make sure that your URLs are sanitized and can be trusted when passing those to router.push and replace. Also, they kind of mention here that the link component automatically prefetches routes as they become visible in the viewport. So that could be kind of one reason why the link component is preferred rather than just using use router all the time. You can also use the link component in server components, which can definitely be beneficial. And then also the refresh could reproduce the same result if fetch requests are cached. Other dynamic APIs like cookies and headers could also change the response. So when using refresh, you need to kind of pay attention to how caching is behaving in your application, as that can maybe cause some discrepancies between how you think your page should get refreshed and how it actually is because of that caching behavior. So just a few good things to know there about the use router hook, but hopefully that gives you a good idea of how it works, how the different API methods work, and should give you enough information to get up and running with this use router hook. Today, I want to show you a pattern for handling expected errors in your Next.js application. And this is going to be very much so related to this article here in the Next.js docs, in which they cover very similar stuff here. So I will link this below as well if you want kind of further reading on this. But effectively, what we're going to do is cover handling expected errors, errors that occur within the normal kind of operations of your application, errors that you can foresee take place within your application. How should you best kind of handle those? And we're going to do those within this server action here within Next.js, but all of this kind of still applies to if you're just using a server component as well. So effectively what we're doing here is in this create user server action, which we use here in our sign up form, we use this form action or create user. But what you're going to see here is that we actually use this use action state hook from React here. And what this is basically this use action state as the first argument. It takes a server action. So this is our create user server action here, where we basically just make a mock request to this JSON placeholder API. And then we do some more stuff down here for handling errors, but we'll cover that in a second. But here within the sign up, we call use action state with our create user action. And then we call it with an initial state here. So the message is just an empty string. And then that's going to return an array with 3 items, similar to using the use state hook in React. So the first item is going to be our current state. The second item is going to be our form action that we can use within our form action here. Just how you would kind of, if you weren't using this use action state, you might pass create user right into this action here as well. But in this case, we want to use the action returned from use action state. And then the third item is also going to be pending. So is your action currently running right now or not? Is there some sort of loading state? So for us, it's going to be pending. If we're still awaiting this fetch right here, then our action is going to be pending, which can definitely be helpful. And our state here, it's just going to be the message. So initially it's going to be an empty string. So you can see us use this like right here below our email. If there is a message, we're going to show it here, and we show it in red because our message here is going to represent an error message after they submit their sign up form. Because in our actions.ts here, our actions, we check if the res is not okay, or we also add this other check if email is equal to an error, but that's basically just so I can force this return message here. But normally you probably wouldn't have this here, or you might do some validation on email, although you might do that in different places. But basically you're going to check if the res is not okay, then return a message saying whatever is appropriate for your application. Here, I'm just returning, please enter a valid email. But if the res is okay, so it doesn't enter this if block, just navigate them back to the dashboard. So I'm going to keep our email equal error here check, so I can force errors here with my email, because this demo placeholder API is always going to return res.okay, but this will allow me to force this message so you can see it. But this is basically how we're handling this expected error. If it's not okay within our server action here, if the response is not okay, then return this message here. And then within our signup.tsx, we use this use action state here, passing in our action and the initial state, which returns our state, the form action, and pending. We use our form action right here within our form, just how we would have used our create user form action right here. But since we're using this hook, we're going to use the form action returned from the hook. And then we can use our state.message here below our input. We can disable our button if the form action is pending. And then we also check, okay, if it's pending, make the text say submitting, else just say sign up. So let's see how this looks here. I'm going to actually slow down my network a little bit here so you can see this a little bit easier. And I'm going to go to network, and then we are going to set the throttling, and I'm going to set it to 3G right here. I'm going to type in demo at demo.com. I'm going to click sign up. You see it says submitting and the button is disabled because the form action was pending there. And then there's no error, so it sent me to our dashboard here. And if I come back, it's going to take a second because we still have slow network. But now if I type in our error email here, and then I click sign up, it's going to be submitting and disabled while it's pending. But now, since it's an expected error, we just return, please enter a valid email. Because what we do is we return that from our form action here. Our message is please enter a valid email. So our state here is going to be set to please enter a valid email, which we show right here with our state.message. So if there's no error, everything works as expected. It submits it, it sets it to pending. We showed submitting within our button, and our button was disabled. And then here, if we put in our error email and I click sign up, you see it's in pending state here. And then once it completes, we now have this error message because it is an expected error that we checked for in our server action. So that is a nice pattern for handling expected errors in your server actions, which is effectively what they cover right here within their docs. If the res isn't okay, then add this, and then you can also pass this to use action state, which they show here within their docs. So feel free to go read this as well for a little bit more information. But then they also cover for expected errors in server components. You basically do the same thing. If you have a fetch request here at the top of your server component, then you can check, okay, if your res is not okay, then you can return some UI saying, hey, this request failed. It's kind of an expected error here. So we're just going to return there was an error. So that tends to be a good pattern for handling expected errors in your server actions and server components. We're still going to cover handling unexpected errors here in my next video, but hopefully this gives you a good pattern for handling expected errors within your applications. How should you handle uncaught exceptions in your Next.js applications? Well, that's what we're going to cover here, and we're going to cover how to use error boundaries to handle this, both kind of a root error boundary as well as nesting error boundaries. So a lot of this information is going to come from this article on the Next.js docs, which I will link below, but effectively, it covers how to handle uncaught exceptions, or exceptions that are unexpected errors that indicate bugs or issues that should not occur during the normal flow of your application. And you should handle these by throwing errors, which will then be caught by error boundaries. So how do you actually do this? Well, let's go to my running Next.js application here. We have this dashboard component that is just like a normal dashboard component. It is exactly what you see on this page here, but we're going to throw an exception within this dashboard component. And the way that we're going to do that is that we are going to render this error component, because this error component, it basically just throws an error, an uncaught exception, and then it returns basically nothing. So when I render this within my page, it's going to throw this uncaught exception. So the way that we can handle this is by using error boundaries, and we do that by adding an error.jsx or tsx file and kind of capture that error. Now, for this, it's going to have to be a client component. The error.file is going to need to be a client component, and you're going to be passed a couple of values automatically to this error component. You're going to get an error prop as well as a reset function. So Next.js is automatically passing you the error and a way to kind of reset your page. So in our component here, we just console.error, the error, and we're going to run that anytime there's a new error. And then we're going to have a something went wrong, as well as a button that has an on click that calls this reset. So importantly, this error page here, it is going to handle any uncaught exceptions that are thrown within this dashboard route segment. So error is going to wrap around this page here within our dashboard, but it's also going to wrap around any nested routes within our dashboard route segment. So any errors thrown within dashboard, nested dashboard, it's going to bubble up to error.tsx here. Now, if we wanted to handle errors kind of at the root of our application in our app directory here, we could also add an error.tsx file, and that would handle errors within any of our route segments. Now, Next.js also has a more uncommon pattern here to where we could handle uncaught errors in the root layout with global-error.js. But since that's pretty uncommon, we're not going to kind of handle it that way. We're just going to kind of focus on using error.js error boundaries here. But just know it is a thing that you could do using global error.js. All right. So adding an error.file is going to add an error boundary for that entire route segment. So if I throw an error here within my dashboard page, by commenting this in, we should see this component get rendered to the page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's comment this error component into the page here. Now, if we come back, we do see something went wrong. Try again, which tries to kind of refresh the page. It's not going to do anything here in this example, but if you actually had an uncaught exception, it might help. But here we see something went wrong. It matches our error boundary here if something went wrong. Let's check the console and see if we console logged the error like we should. And we do see we console.error from our error boundary here. So that's looking good, but we can kind of take this further to where if we go into our nested route segment here, you see that I added another error.tsx file. So what you can do here is that you can add specific error boundaries to every route segment. So if we wanted to have a different error page for our dashboard page that we do for our nested dashboard page, so this is going to be /dashboard/nested. If we want a different error page for this dashboard here, we can just add an error.file to this nested folder. And that's what we do. This error component looks basically the same as our last one, but you see that it has something went wrong in your nested component, just so we can tell the difference. So you can have several different error boundaries and handle specific uncaught exceptions within any of your route segments by just adding this error.file. So this error.file is going to apply to this page.tsx that's within our nested route segment here. So if I go to our nested page and we throw this error component here, what we should see is if I go to /dashboard and we see /dashboard is still this something went wrong error boundary. So it's still this error boundary here, which is what we'd expect. But if we go to our nested error boundary here, so nested, you see something went wrong in your nested component. And that is because we're at dashboard /nested. So we're at this page right here. We throw this error, but since we have an error.tsx within our nested folder, this is going to capture that uncaught exception, or this is going to trigger this error boundary, and it's not going to bubble up to our error.tsx. So that's why we see something went wrong in your nested component. But if I remove this file and we just delete this altogether, what you're going to see is that we throw this uncaught exception within our nested, but since we don't have an error boundary in our nested, that's going to bubble up to our next error boundary. So it's going to go to this dashboard error.tsx. So now we should see something went wrong. And if we come back, we do see we're still at dashboard nested, but it bubbled up to our dashboard error boundary. So for your error boundaries or handling uncaught exceptions in React, you can add an error.file, and you can read more about this in their docs, but a couple of the props that they're going to pass you are error and a reset function to where you could do whatever you want to do with that error that is passed or that error that was an uncaught exception. And then you can try to reset the page here. But this error.file is going to catch all uncaught exceptions that occur within that certain route segment. So if we added this error.tsx file just to our app directory, it would catch all uncaught exceptions throughout our entire application. But since we added it to our dashboard route segment here, it's only going to catch uncaught exceptions within our dashboard route segment. So /dashboard/nested. If we had another route and it is /dashboard/nested/settings, that error would still bubble all the way up to this error.tsx page. But you still can create specific error.files within nested routes. And then if an uncaught exception occurs in those nested pages, that error boundary is what's going to show for those uncaught exceptions. So you can really customize your error boundary components for those specific pages if you would like. So hopefully that gives you a really good idea of how to use error boundaries in Next.js. It really does follow a similar pattern to kind of the file specific routing that occurs in Next.js. So hopefully that makes sense. But if you do have any questions, just let me know down in the comments below. In Next.js 15, what is a way that you can handle different loading states? Well, luckily for us, it's going to follow a very similar convention that a lot of other things follow in Next.js. Is going to be a file-based loading that we're going to cover in today's video. So here in my demo application, I'm going to purposefully slow down the network here by going to my network tab and then making this 3G. And then we're going to go from our demo dashboard here to a settings page. And as you can see, it's pending for quite a long time here. And if this was an actual user, they might think that nothing is really happening while we go back and forth between like our dashboard and our settings page. You see, I click, and then there's this long delay, and then it shows up the settings page. So how could you improve this? Well, as I mentioned earlier, you can use a loading.file to customize the loading states when a page is loading. So here within our project, it's a very simple project to where we have this private components folder with this loading component within it that is just going to render a spinner component. And then we also have our dashboard folder, which represents, of course, our dashboard page. And then we also have our settings folder with a page in it that represents our settings page. So if you want to add, say I want to, when I go to my dashboard page here, or when I go to my settings page, instead of just like having this kind of laggy experience on a slower network, and of course, this could even be on a faster network, but maybe to render your dashboard, you do more data fetching or stuff like that to render the page, which slows down the rendering. In these cases, all we need to do is add a loading.file to the dashboard and settings page. So let's do settings first. And all I'm going to do is add a loading.tsx page. So it is going to follow like a very similar file-based convention that you see in Next.js. And all I'm going to do here is export a default function called loading settings. And then we're just going to return our loader component and make sure that we import that as well. So now that we have this in place, and I refresh for good measure there, but let's go to the settings page here. And what you see is a loading component there. But if we go to the dashboard here, we still see it just kind of like sits there for a while, and then the dashboard appears. So let's do the same thing for the dashboard here. I'm just going to copy this loading.tsx, paste it in our dashboard folder. And here we're going to say loading dashboard. I'm going to go back to the settings page. I'm going to refresh for good measure here. And then now if I go to the dashboard page, you should see here for a little bit, this loading component, which in my opinion is a much better user experience here. Now, of course, this is just a very basic example of using a loading spinner for your pages, but it just kind of goes to show how this works. Of if you want to add a loading experience or cover a loading state for your different route segments, you can add a loading.file within that folder, and then you can even customize the loader for these different route segments. So for our dashboard, instead of just loading a loading spinner, we could maybe load a skeleton of our dashboard. So it's nice and specific to our dashboard page, which I think is actually a pretty good user experience. And then we could also render a different loader for the settings page and so on and so forth. Now, there's definitely more things that you can do when it comes to loading. In my next video, we will cover streaming and using suspense. But if you want to just have like instant loading states when navigating to different pages, this is a great way to do it. You just add a loading.file for that particular route segment in that folder, and then you can customize the loading experience, whatever you would like to do. So thanks for tuning into this. Hopefully it made it clear of how like instant loading states work. Stay tuned for my next video to where we cover a little bit more about loading when we get into kind of streaming and suspense and stuff like that. Streaming components in Next.js. What does this mean? Why is it useful? What problems does it solve? And how can you do it? So I'm going to start by showing you just an example of a poor user experience. So let's go ahead. I'm on our post page here. And this post page, it renders a sidebar, this header. It also renders this like posts component here, a comments component here, and then an albums component here below. Now, these three components, they all make network requests that I've purposefully slowed down a little bit, so it takes quite some time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to my home page, and then we're just going to navigate back to the post page from our home page. And you can see after I hit enter there, there's like a fairly long delay, and then our streaming components page just kind of pops up. So let's do that one more time. I'm at our home page, navigating to posts, hit enter, sits here for a few seconds, and then it kind of just pops up with our streaming components page. The issue here is that I have these 3 components that make their network requests, and it doesn't really show the content of this page until all of those components are ready to go. Where a better user experience might be to immediately navigate to our streaming components page and show the header and show the sidebar, and then progressively load our post component, our comments component, and our albums component. So the user still sees, okay, we navigated to this page, and then these components are still kind of loading in. Well, we can solve that issue with streaming. So effectively, what we can do is we can tell Next.js, hey, I want you to render all the other content in this page except for these kind of 3 separate components. You can show a fallback component for those until those components are ready to go, and then you can render them to the page. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go to VS Code. This is our posts page here where we have our streaming components title. So it is our kind of this page that you see right here. And we have our 3 different sections. We have a post feed right here, a comments feed, and an albums feed. And if we look at these components, you can see that they make this fetch request and then return some data. Basically, all these components do the same thing, but I've just manually added a delay to these so you can see this experience a little bit better, to kind of mimic maybe a port network, or maybe you're loading much more data than what I'm kind of loading here, or something along those lines, a slower request. So the way that we can solve this is when rendering these components, we can wrap them with a suspense component. So I'm going to comment these lines of code in here like so. And now we've wrapped our post feed, our comments feed, and our albums feed with this suspense component that we imported from React, as you can see up top. Now, when you use a suspense component, you need to provide a fallback prop. And that's basically telling Next.js, like, hey, what do you want to show the user when the wrapped component is still loading? So before this post feed is ready to go, what do I want to actually show the user? So in this case, we just kind of hard code a paragraph tag for all 3 of these that has loading posts, loading comments, and loading albums. But maybe you create your own fallback component for a post feed, and you create a post feed loading component, and it's like a skeleton of your post feed or something like that. You've probably seen this when you go to YouTube and you have like a slow network and you just see like the square kind of pulsating outlines of the thumbnails of the videos. That's just showing like a skeleton until the content is ready. And I think that's a much better user experience rather than just not showing the page until it's ready or showing a page that is non-interactive. I think it's a little bit better experience to show something like a fallback component for these 3 specific components here. And effectively what this is going to do is it's going to kind of stream this page to our front end in chunks. It's going to send all this kind of static content here first that's not wrapped in suspense, but it's going to send this as a chunk, it's going to stream this as a chunk, and stream this as a chunk. So we're effectively streaming these 3 separate components to improve our user experience and performance a little bit, as if you can show content right away to the user, it tends to seem like that is beneficial when it comes to the user actually staying on that page, viewing the content, and all that sort of thing. So now that this is in place, let's come back and let's kind of do the same thing. Let's go back to our homepage, and then we'll come back to posts. And then what you see is we show this page immediately, but then we see latest posts, recent comments, and top albums kind of progressively load as they go. And if I do a hard refresh here, you kind of see the same thing. You see, we show all this content here right away that will remain interactive, but we kind of progressively stream those 3 different components here. As you see, loading posts, loading comments, loading albums, those all kind of progressively stream to the page. And once they're ready to go, they show to the page. And I think this is a much better user experience compared to just having like very slow navigation, or, if the user just comes to this page immediately, they're not going to see like a blank page at first. They're going to see all the content, and then it's going to just progressively kind of load these components in. So if you run into an issue like this in Next.js and you have a kind of slow loading component, I think using a suspense boundary, importing that from React and then wrapping that around that component and then providing a fallback provides a much better user experience. And it can also lead to better kind of business outcomes if you load the page first and you have, a quicker contentful paint and that sort of thing, and, allow some of the page to be interactive before everything gets rendered in. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of how streaming components works in Next.js, how suspense works, why you might use it, and kind of makes that whole process clear for you. So if you need to do some programmatic navigation client side in Next.js, how can you do that? Well, we're going to cover that, and then we're also going to cover a mistake that people make when it comes to kind of linking between pages, but we'll cover that here towards the end. So basically, programmatic navigation client side, you're going to need to use the use router hook, importing that from Next navigation. Now, this is going to have to be done in client components. Anytime you use a hook, it's going to have to be a client component. And as you can see at the top of this nav button file, we have a use client directive making this client side code. Now, the use router hook, after you call it, it is going to return a object. We're just naming it router here. That's probably the convention that you're going to see, but it's just an object that's going to have several different methods on this object. One of them is .push. You're also going to have several other methods like replace, refresh, prefetch, back, forward. It's going to be very similar. If you have used other kind of routing hooks in other navigation libraries like React Router DOM or similar libraries to it, it's going to have basically all those features as well. I'm not going to cover everything here. We're basically just going to cover router.push because everything else is, fairly straightforward, like router.refresh, router.replace, but just be aware that there is all these other methods if you're looking for something a little bit more specific than just kind of client-side navigation. But to perform client-side navigation, basically what you're going to do is to router.push, you're going to pass some sort of path that is a string as a first argument, and then you could pass an object as a second argument with a property of scroll and setting that to a Boolean or a true false value. And to cover scroll just real quickly here, by default, Next.js will scroll to the top of a page when navigating to a new route. You can disable this by setting scroll to false. If you call router.push, you pass in a string or a path as the first argument. As a second argument, you can pass an object with a scroll property and you can set that to false, and that's going to prevent Next.js from scrolling to the top of the page. So in this case, would prevent Next.js from scrolling to the top of the dashboard page when that router.push is called. Because by default, it will scroll to the top of the page of that new route. So to show you examples of just using the push method here, we have this nav button, which, like I said, is a client component here. And there was some intentionality here with how I set this up. Where let's say in our homepage here, instead of using this nav button component, let's say we wanted to just use the use router hook directly. Well, to do that, we would have to call the use router hook, which means that we would have to make this entire homepage a client component, which in our case is not going to matter for performance. Like, this is just a demo page after all, so it's not really important. But you could very well be doing like a bunch of data fetching here at the top of this component, or there could be a lot else going on to where you really don't want to make this a client-side component. And generally in Next.js, it's probably good practice to kind of scope your client-side code to be kind of as minimal as possible. So instead of making this all client-side, we're just going to make a client component that is this nav button, and then we're going to kind of slot that in to our server component here. So for a nav button, it expects a title and a path. The title is just going to be the title of the button, and then the path is going to be whatever we pass into router.push. So in our case, the title is settings and the path is /settings. So if I click on my nav button here, that says settings, it takes me to /settings. And then in my settings page, if I wanted to add a link back to maybe my dashboard, I would just add my nav button here with a title of dashboard and a path that is /dashboard. And then on my settings page, you see it now links to my dashboard. So pretty straightforward here to perform client-side navigation. You just use a use router hook from Next Navigation, returns an object in which you can call the .push method and a string that is a path. And just know that you do have other methods that you can do, and you can disable scrolling by passing scroll as false as an object as your second argument. And then you also have replace, refresh, prefetch, back and forward if you need it. Now, to just touch on a mistake that can occur if you're maybe new to Next.js, and that is in our examples here, generally speaking, for our homepage, we wouldn't want to use a client-side button to just perform this sort of linking to a different page, because that's really all we're doing here is providing a link to a different page. We really don't need to do that with client-side navigation. And instead, what we can do is we can use the link component, importing that from next link, and then I can say settings is going to be the name of this link, and then we can pass an href that is /settings. And now if we go to our homepage, we still have this settings link. We could, of course, change the styling if we wanted to, and that's going to link us to the settings page. But that prevents us from needing to use any sort of client-side code here. We just use the link component from next link, which is definitely the recommended way to just add these links between your pages, much like I do here in my layout.js. I just add these different link components between pages, and that is what you see kind of towards the top of this page here. But there are probably going to be cases in your application to where you might need to do some sort of programmatic client-side navigation, and that's where you're going to use the use router hook. So just wanted to make sure that you don't go for this hook for everything. It would be a mistake to do it when you're just linking between pages and you want to use the link component from next link rather than using client-side navigation for that. So middleware in Next.js. What is it? What are some use cases of it? And then what are some not so good use cases of middleware? And then we'll also show a practical example of how middleware works and how you might use it for user roles. But we'll get to this in just a second. So first off, what is middleware? Well, middleware allows you to run code before a request completes. In other words, it runs in the middle of a request. And I kind of like to think about it as middleware is software that runs in the middle of a request, hence middleware. So a request occurs, and then before that request fully completes, you can run some code to either modify that request or do some other things, which kind of leads me into when would you actually use this software that runs in the middle of a request? Well, a very common example of it is using it for either authentication or authorization. And in particular, you might use it to protect routes in your application. So I have videos on showing you how to do this in Next.js, but basically, if a user is not logged in, you could check that in your code that runs in your middleware file. And if they're not logged in, then they can't access certain pages within your application. So if I tried to go to a certain page and the user isn't logged in, I could be like, hey, sorry, we're going to redirect you to the sign-in page. So before that request even completes and before we even try to show that other page that they're going to, we can redirect them to a different page. Also, for server-side redirects, I kind of just mentioned this, but maybe you have different users in your applications that have different roles. So maybe you have an admin role and maybe you have a partner role or different things like that. Well, depending on their role, you can redirect them to different pages. So say they try to go to the dashboard, but they should actually go to the admin dashboard. An example I actually will show you here in a sec. You could redirect them depending on what their user role is. And you could do that in middleware. That's a good time to use it. Also, if you're going to have any logging or analytics in your application, so capturing and analyzing your request data, that's where you can also use middleware. For feature flagging, so either enabling or disabling features depending on the request, You can also use middleware for that. And then also these days, there's quite a bit of bot traffic that can occur with different websites. You could also protect against that using middleware. So all of these are good use cases of middleware. Now, what are some not so good use cases? Well, anytime you're doing like complex data fetching, this should probably be done within server-side utilities or even within route handlers. Similarly, if you're going to do any sort of like heavy computation, then middleware probably isn't the correct place to do that, because middleware should generally stay pretty lightweight and it should respond very quickly. Like middleware, it shouldn't be something that takes a long time to run. It should be pretty snappy and it shouldn't take a long time to run. So heavy computation or complex data fetching, not a good time to do that within your middleware file. Also, direct database stuff, it's probably better to do this within route handlers or server-side utilities once again. And even heavy computation, you could say, between server-side utilities and route handlers. So basically, any stuff that's going to take longer to run, or it's more kind of computationally expensive, or data fetching or database management, all this probably shouldn't be done within middleware. And you should save middleware for some more kind of lightweight use cases like authentication, redirects, logging different stuff, feature flags, protecting routes from bot traffic, stuff like that. But now let's get into an example of using middleware within our Next.js application. So creating your middleware is as easy as creating a middleware.js or TS file within the root of your application. And this is very important, and I've had a lot of you comment on my videos that this has saved you a lot of time. You do not want your middleware.js file to be within your app directory. That is not going to work, and your middleware is not going to run, and you might waste a lot of time wondering why your middleware isn't working. Because your middleware should be at the root of your application on the same level as your app directory, your different config files here, your next.config, your readme, these sort of files is the same level your middleware should be on. And then when creating your middleware.js file, there's a kind of couple important things. So first off, you're going to export a function, and that function is automatically going to be passed the request. Because remember, middleware is software that's going to run in the middle of the request. So we're automatically passed that request that the middleware is running in the middle of. So export a function that accepts a request as a parameter. And then also, you're going to decide where you want your middleware to run. So here, I am exporting a constant called config, which is an object that has a matcher property. And on this matcher property, I pass an array of strings, and these are going to be the paths that I want this middleware function to run on. So I'm saying I want my middleware to run on the /admin-dashboard page and also on the /dashboard page. So if the user goes to like the sign-in page, I'm not going to run this middleware whatsoever. I'm saying I only want to run it on these paths right here. So those are kind of two important things. Well, really three. Middleware.js file, it is in the root of your directory. It's on the same level as your app directory, but not within your app directory. Same level as your next.config, your readme, your .gitignore file. That's where you're going to place your middleware file. And then you're going to export a function from this file, accepting a request. And then also from this file, export a config that's an object that has a matcher property that basically tells Next.js what paths you want to run your middleware on. And then here within our function, we can just add our logic for our middleware. So here I'm kind of simulating logic for handling user roles within a middleware file. So here I have a const user roles equal user. Of course, you probably wouldn't hard code this. You might have this in your request body, maybe the user ID or something like that, and then check, does this user have a particular role? And then here I get the URL by calling request.nexturl.clone. So I create a copy of the URL. And then here I check, okay, is the URL admin dashboard and the user role is not admin? So they're trying to go to the admin dashboard, but they don't have a user role that is admin. Then I want to basically make a redirect to where I say URL.pathname is now going to be just dashboard instead of admin dashboard. And then I'm going to redirect them to that new URL. So basically, if they do not have the role of admin, then I want them to be redirected to the dashboard page. And then basically the opposite of this if they're trying to go to the dashboard page, but their user role is admin, then redirect them to the admin dashboard page. But if neither of those cases are met, then I just want you to continue on with the request and return next response dot next, calling that function. And you can import next response from next/server, and it gives you this ability to redirect or just continue on to the request. And there's, of course, other things you can do with the next response. I think I have a video on it, but that is definitely going to be useful within your middleware file. Let's go back to our application and see if this actually works. So currently, my user role is user. So if I try to go to my admin dashboard instead of my dashboard page here, when I hit return here, I should just get redirected right back to dashboard. And you see that it does automatically just change the URL to dashboard. So let me show you again, admin dashboard, hitting return right back to dashboard. But now if I change this and I set my user role to admin here, then it should take me just to the admin dashboard. So I'm here on the dashboard page, but if I refresh this page, it should take me right to admin dashboard. And you can see it does. It takes me now to the admin dashboard. Let's test this out. I'm going to remove admin dashboard from my matcher here. So it should no longer run on my admin dashboard page. So this page I'm at. And if I change my role back to user, I should not get redirected right now, even though I changed it back to user, because my middleware is no longer going to run because I did not place my admin dashboard path within my matcher here. So if I refresh, you see nothing happens because my middleware isn't running anymore, because you need to make sure to place that path within this matcher. So now if I put /admin dashboard, and then now I refresh and my user role is still set to user here, and I refresh, you see it takes me back to dashboard. So a quick recap here, middleware is going to be software that runs in the middle of a request. And it's going to allow you to do different things like authentication and authorization or protecting routes, server-side redirects, logging and analytics, feature flagging, protecting routes from bot traffic, but some not so good use cases are anything that's going to basically slow your middleware down. So complex data fetching, heavy computation, and direct database stuff. And then in Next.js, you just create a middleware file, middleware.js or TS, within the root of your project. So on the same level as your app directory, on the same level as your known modules, not within your app directory. You export a function that accepts a request. You can do different logic within that function, but just make sure that you export a config that is an object with a matcher property, and you pass an array of paths that effectively tell Next.js, hey, this is where I want my middleware to run. And you can pass different things to this matcher. So definitely read the Next.js docs if you're like, hey, can I pass like a regex or something like that? There's a good chance that you can do what you want to do. So make sure to consult the docs. It doesn't have to be exact in this format, but that's how you can use middleware in Next.js. A core fundamental in Next.js is using redirects within a middleware file. And one reason you might want to do this is to simply protect routes, meaning if a user is authenticated, then they can access different routes in your application. But if they're not authenticated, then maybe you want to redirect them back to a login page like what we have here. So for example, if I try to go to a dashboard page and then press enter here, you see that I just get sent back to the login page. I don't actually get to access the dashboard page. And the reason for that is because in our middleware.js file, which is in the root of our directory here, so it's not in our app directory, it is within the root of our project on the same level as JSON config, package.json, so on and so forth. We have this middleware.js, and basically we kind of mock, okay, is authenticated as false. If they are authenticated, then that's fine. Just use next response.next, and we import next response from next server. Just continue with your request, and they are authenticated, so you can access that page. Else, if they are not authenticated, so you don't enter this if block, then redirect them to the login page. So we just use next response. We call the .redirect method on the next response object. And then here we pass a new URL by calling this new URL function that we get for free in this environment. And then we pass the path name as well as the base URL, which is going to take them to localhost 3000 /login. And then we make sure to run this when they try to access the dashboard page. So if you had other pages that you wanted to protect, you could of course add them to this matcher config down below. So just to show you again, if we try to access dashboard, I just get redirected right back to the login page. But if I set this to true, so now we're kind of mocking, okay, the user is logged in and now they try to access the dashboard, they can indeed access it because they are authenticated, which means we just kind of enter this if block and we continue as the user wants to rather than redirecting them. So a really quick, kind of easy fundamental in Next.js is that if you want to protect your routes or if you want to do redirects within your middleware, you can use the next response, importing that from next server and call the redirect method on it, passing it a new path that they should redirect the user to. And then if you are kind of protecting routes with it, just make sure you add a config with a matcher property that defines the different paths that you want this middleware to run on or that you want it to protect. Let's take a look at a feature in Next.js that I feel like some people don't really know about it, but it can actually be very helpful in terms of organization as well as functionality in your Next.js apps. And the feature I'm discussing is route groups. So the first example of this is we have our application here. And if you look at our different routes, we have a cart route with a page.jsx page, order confirmation with a page, profile with a page, and shop with a page. One of these routes doesn't really like group with the other routes, if that makes sense. So what do I mean? Well, the cart, order confirmation, and shop page, these would all fall into like a commerce section of our application. For the profile, it's kind of separate from that. We might not want like the same layout or the same loading page and really just the same organization from a project structure perspective for our profile that we do our other pages. So the way that we can kind of organize this a little bit better is we can add a route group. It's going to be adding a new folder. So I'm going to click new folder, but you're going to add it with parentheses. So I'm going to say commerce and close parentheses. And then what I can do here is I can put the cart page in my commerce folder. I can put order confirmation in the commerce folder, and I can put shop in the commerce folder. And now we have a nicely organized project structure here to where we have our profile, and then we have our cart, order confirmation, and shop all in this commerce folder. Now, you might be thinking to yourself right now, why didn't I just add a normal folder here? Why did I put parentheses around it and create a route group? Well, the interesting thing about this is that this way of creating a folder, creating a route group, it doesn't change the URL path whatsoever. So we might not want the URL path of /commerce/cart and /commerce/ order confirmation. We might want to keep our just /cart/ order confirmation /shop without the commerce in front of it. And that's exactly what this does. When adding a route group, so a folder with parentheses, you are not going to be changing your URL path whatsoever. So if we come back and I refresh my page here, you see I'm still at my shop page. If I try to access like /commerce/ shop, I'm going to get a 404 because that doesn't exist. We didn't add anything to our URL path when adding a route group. If I go to /cart, you see, I didn't add anything to it. We still navigate directly to our cart page. So just for the sake of organization, doing something like a route group can be really helpful. But not only for organization, but for overall functionality, it can be helpful as well. Because what if we wanted to add like a custom layout or a custom loading indicator for these 3 pages, but we didn't want to add it to our profile page? Well, an easy way to do that is we add all 3 of these folders into a route group, and then I can just add a layout to our route group. So I can add a layout.jsx here, and then this commerce layout here, you can see it's just at the root of our commerce route group. This layout is going to be applied to these 3 route segments here. So we can basically add a new route segment without really affecting the URL path with a route group. And I already created this beforehand, but all I did here was basically create a header that has links to our shop, cart, and order confirmation. And then we render the children out, just a very basic layout. But this layout here within my commerce route group is going to now be applied to all the route segments or folders within my commerce route group. So if I come back to my application here, we can see I now have this header layout for my shop, my cart, and my order confirmation pages. But if I go to my profile page, you see that I no longer have that header because it only is going to apply this layout to my commerce route group. And you could do the very same thing with like a custom loading indicator or something like that. So conceptually here, you can use a route group, which is basically just creating a folder in your Next.js app with parentheses around the name of your folder. And that is a way to organize different route segments or other folders within your application without changing the path of the URL at all. So you can see we don't go to the /commerce/shop. It's just straight to shop still. So you can organize stuff. And then also if you need to add additional functionality to some of your routes or even to just a single route, you can do that by adding a route group and then adding a layout.jsx or a loading page to your route group. And then that's a nice way to add a layout or loading or some other functionality without actually affecting your URL path whatsoever. So conceptually here, just remember that if you're ever in a situation to where it's like, man, I would really like to organize some pages together, but I don't really want to change my URL. I don't want to just add a folder that's going to change my URL to organize these pages, or I want to add a layout, but I don't want to change my URL. Well, that's where a route group is going to come in handy and is probably going to be the solution or the tool that you reach for when you want to do something like that. How do dynamic routes work in Next.js? Well, it's pretty straightforward, and that's what we're going to cover here quickly today. So maybe you have an application where you have a list of users, or this could be even like a blog, a list of posts, or something like that. And maybe when you click on a user, you then want to show a more detailed page of that user. So I'm going to click on it here, and then you see we show like a more detailed profile of this user. And you can see in my URL here, instead of just being at users, we're at users/1. And the way that I'm doing this is I'm using dynamic routes in Next.js to where when I go to users/, this part is dynamic here. This number 1, this is the user ID. And then based on this user ID, I'm rendering a dynamic page. So I can also go to users/2 if I click on this user, and it's going to dynamically render this user profile. Same thing if I go to user 3, so on and so forth. So dynamic routes is something that you're probably going to be using in a lot of different applications. It is super useful to know about. So we're going to talk about the fundamentals of it here today. In future videos, we'll cover catch-all routes and some more kind of, I guess, complex things when it comes to routing, but we're just going to cover the dynamic routes here. So the way you set this up in Next.js is I have my users page here. This is at /users, and this is the page that you see right here. We just render out some different cards here. And basically all I do is I fetch users from this JSON placeholder API, and then I map over those users and render out a user card. A key thing I do here is that wrapping around my user card is I render a link component in which I set an href to be /users/ and then the user's ID. So when you click on these cards here, it's going to go to users / whatever the ID is of these users. So I think this Chelsea Dietrich user here has a user ID of 5. And then for Leanne, a user ID of 1. You can see it dynamically rendering the user ID here. So we have that, but how do we kind of implement that page that will dynamically render the user profile based on the user ID? Well, to create a dynamic route here in Next.js, you're going to use square brackets, and then you're going to, within those square brackets, create a name for whatever you want to kind of call the dynamic parameter. So in our case, since we're saying user ID here, we have square bracket ID square bracket. This could also be, square bracket user ID square bracket. It's kind of saying, hey, we're expecting a dynamic ID here, or a dynamic user ID. Now, for the file structure here, it's going to be at users, and then within our users folder, it's where we put square bracket ID square bracket. So it's going to be users / whatever the ID is. And then within that folder, we create another page.jsx, as you can see here. Now, within this page, Next.js, for a dynamic route like this, we're automatically going to be passed this params object, in which there's going to be a property on this params object that is going to match the name of our dynamic folder here. So since this is square bracket ID square bracket, on this params object that I destructure here automatically in my page within my dynamic folder, on this params object, we can access the ID. If I changed this right here and I renamed it to something like user ID, then I would also need to change this in my params object to be user ID. It needs to match the name of my dynamic folder here. But I'm going to change it back here to ID because that's how I have everything set up. So I need to change this to ID as well. One important note here is that in Next.js 15, you now need to await this params object. So you can see I say const ID is equal to await params, because it is going to be asynchronous at this point in Next.js 15. So I await the ID, I destructure that from my params, and then what I do is I use that JSON placeholder API again, and I fetch the user with that given ID. So I call this fetch user function with an ID, and it fetches at this API with that dynamic ID. And I do that right here within my page. And then if there's a user, I render out this information about the user. So coming back here, I click on Patricia, and you can see it has a user ID of 4. So in my application here, this const ID equals await params. ID is going to resolve to be 4. And then I fetch the user with the ID of 4. And that's going to return the information to render out this right here. So it is fairly straightforward here. In my page component, I just render out my users. I set this link component to link to /users / some dynamic value. So that's going to map to users / this dynamic folder here that I create with this special square brackets. Square brackets is going to tell Next.js it's a dynamic route. We create this, so then when I link to it, it's going to pass the ID in the params object. We take that ID, make our network request with fetch user, and return this, which allows us to have this behavior of dynamically rendering a different user profile page based on whatever user ID is within our URL params here. So that's dynamic routes in Next.js. Fairly straightforward, but it can be a little bit tricky if you hadn't seen it. So hopefully this video helps and makes that clear. Future videos will cover some more kind of complexities around dynamic routes, but it's not too bad. So it'll also be fairly straightforward. So in my previous Next.js video, we covered dynamic routes, but I alluded to other things that you can do with dynamic routes, like dynamic catch-all routes, or even optional catch-all routes. And that's kind of what you see here in this folder structure. So if we go to this catch-all folder, and this is just a regular catch-all route, not an optional catch-all route, you can see that I create this using the square brackets, the name of the folder, square brackets, just like I did with the regular dynamic routes, but I prefixed the name of this folder with 3 dots. So you see ... slug. And basically what that does is it makes this a catch-all route. Now, what does that mean? Well, I think it's going to be easiest to show you here. If we look at my JSX that I return here, basically we're going to take the params passed to this page, and then we're going to stringify those and render them to the page. So let me show you how this works. If we come back you can see I'm at /catchall/A/B. And I console log, or I render my params right to the page here. And you can see that my params is an object with a slug property because I called this folder name slug here. So that's going to match params.slug. But then you see A, comma, B. And the reason for that is because we're at /A/B. So this catch-all route here is going to match our catch-all route segment /catch-all / and then you could have as many forward slashes as you want, and that's going to be caught by this page here. So we have /A/B. If I go to C, you see C gets added here. If I go to D, D gets added here. So basically a catch-all route, you can add as many forward slashes after your route segment, and it is going to match all of those and pass those on your params object, matching the name of your folder. So ..slug is going to access params.slug, just like what you see here, params.slug. And then it's going to pass an array with values matching your forward slashes here, or your params. So if I change this to, maybe let's change this to /shop/cart. So now you see my slug is an array with shop as well as cart. So pretty cool way to do dynamic routes here. Now, what if I just try to go to /catchall? So I don't add any other params here. So just /catchall. Well, you see, I get a 404 here. So with a catch-all route, it's not actually going to match this catch-all folder. It's only going to match if I have catch-all / some other parameter. So /shop, /cart, /shop, /cart, whatever. It's going to catch all those in a catch-all route. And it's going to do so dynamically, and it's going to be on your params object here. But this is where optional catch-all routes come into. So the really only difference between a catch-all route and an optional catch-all route is that for an optional catch-all route, it is going to match your kind of root segment here. So if I just go to /optional catch-all, it is going to match this optional catch-all page. So if I change this to be optional -catch-all, you see we do get this optional catch-all page that renders, but the params is just undefined here because I don't have any like / parameters here. But then when I add it, of course, it's added to a slug property. So now slug points to an array that has A in it because that's what I added as this parameter up here. I could change this to shop, and now it's going to be shop. And if I do shop /cart, you can see both of those. But the core difference between optional catch-all and catch-all is that with optional catch-all, you can see the page still renders here for our root route segment. So our folder optional catch-all, within that we have a folder *****, slug, and our page here. Well, when you add double square brackets on the side, that is automatically going to make it optional, which means that it is going to match just /optional catch-all. But if you don't add the double square brackets, you don't make it an optional catch-all route, it's not going to match its parent folder, which is catch-all. So to show you again, optional catch-all, we see the page here, but our slug property is undefined. But if I just go to catch-all and I don't add any params, you can see it doesn't match it whatsoever. But if I start to add additional routes there, you can see it does indeed match those. So in Next.js, if you want to do dynamic catch-all routes, you're going to add a folder with square brackets, so square bracket, and then you're going to use .. and then the name of whatever you want your params property to be. So this is slug, so we are going to access that on params.slug. If this was .. id, we would access it on params.id. And then this is going to match your parent folder plus any forward slashes. So catch-all /shop /cart / whatever, it's going to match all those and render the page that you have within your square bracket ... folder, but it's not going to match its parent folder. If you just go to / catchall here, it doesn't match it like what we saw. But for optional catchall, you add that route by using double square brackets. So left square bracket, ... slug, right square bracket, right square bracket. And then that page is going to match the parent folder. So it matches / optional catchall without any other paths in there. But then it's going to match every other path. So optional catchall / shop / cart, so on and so forth. Both of these are very similar, just one kind of key distinction between the two, but it can be hard if you've never run into a situation to where you need these to kind of understand them fully and their use. But in larger applications, I think you will find, or even, depending on what like application you're building, you'll find yourself that for some features, this can be super useful to use. So hopefully this made sense. If you don't play around with it, it can be a little bit tricky, but I would just, recommend playing around with it. I'll link the Next.js docs in the description below that you can kind of read through that some more for some more details. But hopefully this gives you kind of a good TLDR, I guess, on what these mean in Next.js. Parallel routes in Next.js, a bit of a more advanced routing technique, but it definitely can come in handy. And I'm going to try to make this as kind of straightforward as possible. There's definitely more to know regarding parallel routes that I'm not going to cover here. I will link the docs here on parallel routes to where you can read a lot more about it and kind of see some different examples and where you might use this. So I definitely recommend checking that out here, but I'm going to just kind of show you the fundamentals of how they work and an example of when you might use them. So for parallel routes, it's going to be a case where you want to render multiple pages under the same route segment or within the same layout. So let's look at the code and actually see what this looks like. So let's say we have a case to where we have different user roles, and depending on that role, we want to render different pages to the user. Well, here, if you look at my file structure within my app directory, I have a dashboard folder. And within that dashboard folder, I have a dashboard layout, which you can see here. And then I have a dashboard page, which you can also see here. And then if I come back to the browser here and I click go to dashboard, this is what you see when going to my dashboard page. A very straightforward, simple kind of demo dashboard page. Now, you've probably already seen it, but within the dashboard, we have two different folders. And we prefix those folders with an @ symbol. And that's kind of your indicator to a parallel route. So @admin and @user here are two different parallel routes. And in our example, we're going to conditionally render one of these pages within the dashboard route segment, depending on the user role. Now, a key thing to know here is that when you add a folder within a route segment with an @ symbol like so, it is then going to give you the ability to render that page or not within the parent layout. The way that it does this is if we go to my layout within my dashboard folder here, so this layout would be the parent layout to @admin as well as @user. Within this layout, you're going to see that Next.js will automatically pass the page within my parallel routes here, my prefixed @ symbol routes here. It will automatically pass those pages to this dashboard layout because it is the parent layout to @admin and @dashboard. And then here within my layout, I automatically just destructure user and admin within my dashboard layout, because Next.js is effectively going to pass that as a prop to the dashboard layout. And the name of the property is going to match the name of your folder. So if I called this @general user, then I would need to destructure. Maybe it was just general user. But since I called it just user, I'm going to destructure user. And then within my dashboard layout, one example of using parallel routes is I could conditionally render either the user or admin page, the page within my admin folder, which is basically just a little panel that says admin panel, manage users and settings, or I could conditionally render my user page, which says user dashboard, view your profile and stats. And our logic currently is if the user role is admin, then render the admin page, else render the user page. If we go back to my dashboard, you see user dashboard, view your profile and stats. And that's because my user role here is just user. If I switch this to admin, it's then going to render my admin page, and it's going to say admin panel, manage users and settings. By using this @ symbol here, you're basically telling Next.js, okay, I want you to pass effectively the page component to the parent layout so you can render both of these pages or just one of them, conditionally render them within the parent layout itself. So here we're rendering the children here, which is going to be the root page within my dashboard. So if I comment children out here, what you're going to see is that the contents of this dashboard page, welcome to dashboard, will be removed. So we have welcome to dashboard here, but in my layout, if I don't destructure children and I don't render that out here, so say I just comment that out, you see that disappears. So in an example of a parallel route, if you also, like within our dashboard page, like what we have here, if you also want to make sure to render a root page, then you need to make sure in this layout to also render out the children like so. And then we're going to see that come back, welcome to dashboard. And then since we created @admin and @user within my dashboard route segment, those are going to be passed as props, user and admin, to our dashboard layout, which is the parent layout to @admin and @user. And then we could either render them both or conditionally render them. In this example, we conditionally render them, but we could also, if you had a use case for it, you could just render them both. We'll render out user and I'll render out admin. And then we come back and we see both of them rendered to the page. So this basically allows you to where if you want to render multiple pages within the same layout, you can do so by adding these parallel routes. And you do that by prefixing a folder name with the @ sign. And then that page within that folder is automatically going to be passed to the parent layout as a prop. And then you can determine how you want to render that page. Now, as I alluded to, of course, there are more things that you can do with this. If you go to the example section within the Next.js docs, I showed you conditional routes, but you can also do different things like tab groups, or you can do some interesting things with modals to where parallel routes can be used together with intercepting routes to create modals that support deep linking. I'll cover intercepting routes here in an upcoming video, but just know there's some other cool stuff that you can do here. And you can also do some cool stuff with like loading and error UI to where if we wanted to in our demo application here, I could customize for admins a different loading experience than I have for users. So say for admins, I wanted to show them like an admin dashboard and users, a user dashboard. Well, I could add a loading.jsx file within admin and a separate loading.jsx file within my user or @user folder. And then that's a nice way to kind of customize a loading, and you could do the same thing with errors, a loading and error experience for these kind of two different parallel routes that we still want to render when the user goes to /dashboard. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in rendering different pages within the same kind of route path or within the same route segment layout, as well as loading and errors and all that sort of thing. So just to recap here, parallel routes, they are useful for when you want to render maybe multiple pages within the same route segment or within the same layout. And you do this by adding an @ prefix in front of the name of your folder. And then when you do that, Next.js is automatically going to pass to your parent layout of your @ prefixed folders. It's automatically going to pass a prop that matches the name of that folder. So in our case, at admin, we're going to destructure the admin property from the parent layout here. So at admin, at user, this is the parent layout to these parallel routes. And then we can render those within the same layout here. So we can use the same layout for multiple pages. And then, like I said, we could also conditionally render these, or we could add custom loading and error UI for both admins and users. And of course, it doesn't have to be when just handling user roles. You could use this for a bunch of different stuff. But hopefully this makes it more clear on what parallel routes are in Next.js, when you might use them, and kind of how they work. I definitely think this is one to where if you haven't run into an issue in an application where you need this functionality, it can be hard to kind of like, I guess, abstractly think about when using this. But I think maybe most importantly, it's important to understand that this is functionality that exists in Next.js, and they provide a kind of a nice way to handle parallel routes. And if you find yourself wanting to maybe render multiple pages within the same route, or maybe conditionally rendering different pages within the same route or within the same layout, or render different loading UIs for different pages within the same layout, this is where you might use parallel routes. So hopefully this was clear. Let me know if you have any questions. I definitely recommend checking out the Next.js docs for some more reading on this if you really want to gain a really good understanding of it. But hopefully this gave you kind of a fairly simplified version of what parallel routes are, how they work, and when you might use them. So let's take a look at route intercepts in Next.js, and let's first kind of go over a practical example of when you might actually use this, as it is a little bit more of a complex routing strategy in Next.js. So I think tying it to a more kind of practical thing that you might use it for in an actual application is helpful for something like this, or especially helpful for something like this. So we have a demo application here to where I have a posts feed. And my goal here is that when I click on view post, it just pops up a modal of the details of the post. But I also have, if I just manually update my URL, if I go to /post/1 in my URL here, you see it takes me to some more details about post number 1, but I don't want in my feed to just navigate me to this post page, because then I lose my entire feed. I would rather see like a modal pop up, show me the details of a post, and this is just using demo data from the JSON placeholder API. But I would rather stay on my post feed, see the details of that post, but not get navigated to this page right here. So let's go back to feed. You can see that when I click view post, I do see the details of the post in a modal that pops up. But if you take a close look at the URL, we still see /post/2. But then when I close out of this, we're still on our feed page. And from a user's perspective, if I click on post, to them, it doesn't even look like they really changed anything. They just rendered a modal here. And then if you X out of it, open another post, you can see it. You're able to maintain the feed here, or the feed page, but from a Next.js standpoint, we are technically at the post/2 route. So what's going on here? Well, we're implementing this behavior with route intercepts. So what we're effectively doing here is, instead of just linking to what I did earlier, so /post/1, instead of just linking to this page, we are on the feed. When I click view post, we are intercepting the post/3 page and just overlaying that page on top of the feed. So route intercepts in Next.js effectively allow you to overlay other routes on top of certain routes. And if that didn't make a ton of sense, hopefully the Next.js docs do, to where it says intercepting routes allows you to load a route from another part of your application within the current layout. This routing paradigm can be useful when you want to display the content of a route without the user switching to a different context. So in our example, we are loading the post/3 route from another part of our application, but we aren't making the user lose the context of our feed. So then we can just click out of it and we're still on our feed. And that's a much better UX than just linking to /post/4. Now, if I refresh the page here, you can see that it does take me to /post/4, and it is just this individual page. But if I'm on my feed and I click view post and I navigate to /post/4, that route is going to be intercepted and overlaid over my post feed. So it can be a little bit tricky to kind of wrap your head around. I know it, definitely took me playing around with it a little bit, and I definitely recommend you do so as well. But let's go check out the code for this. So you're going to see a couple different things here, in which let's go to our home feed. And on this home feed, basically we iterate over our posts. It's what you see on this page here. We iterate over and render a post for each post returned from the JSON placeholder API. So that's just the page.jsx page within feed. And then we also have our dynamic route, our post, and then square bracket ID, square bracket. So this just shows an individual post. So this would be like going to, if I just go to /post/1, that's what's going to show here. We're at app /post/ some dynamic post ID. So that's pretty straightforward. If you're familiar with dynamic routes and how Next.js does its routing, that'll make sense. But where it starts getting a little trickier is we have this at modal within our feed folder. And what this is a parallel route. So my very last video I did on Next.js, I covered parallel routes. I'm not going to go over every detail here. If you want to better understand those, check out my previous video on Next.js. It was my very last video on Next.js. But effectively what this does is it allows you to render pages in parallel at the same route path. So within my feed layout here, I can take my modal, my at modal page here, and make sure that I'm rendering that within my feed layout. So this is basically telling when I'm at my /feed page that I can render at modal or the page within at modal, as well as my actual feed, which allows us to have the behavior where when I'm still within the context of my feed page here, I can render the modal on top. It effectively renders these in parallel. But just doing that isn't enough, because we also need the route intercept, because we actually change the URL up here. So we aren't just using parallel routes here, because if you're just using parallel routes, well, your feed page and your modal page wouldn't map to /post/1. This is where intercepts come in to allow for this behavior. So this at modal, we render that within our layout. This allows us to render the contents of our modal folder within our feed. And if any of this isn't clear, make sure to check out my video on parallel routes. But then within my modal folder, I have another folder. And here you're probably going to see a little bit different syntax. And this is for the route intercept. So I use a left parenthesis, right parenthesis here. And what I'm basically doing here is within parentheses, I need to basically tell Next.js what is the path to the route I want to intercept. So in this case, since I'm in my feed folder, I need to go back one directory, and this is kind of tricky, but not two directories. It's not like parenthesis, parenthesis, another set of parenthesis, parenthesis to go back multiple folders. Since this is just a parallel route, I don't need to worry about that. I just need to go back from the feed. So ... back into my root directory. And then what folder do I want to intercept? My post folder right here. So from this folder here, I need to go back a directory. So ignoring at modal because it's a parallel route and we don't need to worry about that. Go back from my feed into my app. And then we need to intercept my post page. so that when I go to /post/1, I can intercept that and still show my feed alongside my modal. And then within my folder that I have my intercept, I just have this modal component to where it just effectively renders a modal here. And then within my page.jsx, which is within ..post/dynamic ID. So it is an exact match to my actual post/ID folder here. This is where I'm going to render my modal component and then just some more details about my post. Of course, you could render more here. And then my modal just renders those children. And then my back button is actually just going to be calling router.back. It's not necessarily going to be calling like a close modal function because we're not using rack state to manage this modal being opened. We're just using the navigation abilities of Next.js. So then that gives us the behavior of when I click on a view post, it navigates me to /post/2. So let me show you that too. In my feed page, my href for view post is /post/ whatever ID it is. So that's why it navigates me to /post/2. But because we have this intercept in place, I'm saying effectively, when I am on my feed page here and I try to go to back a level, so into my app directory, and I try to go to post/dynamic ID, post/dynamic ID, then instead of rendering this page right here, go ahead and render the page.jsx or tsx that is within this route intercept folder, which is going to be my modal with my dynamic content. So right here, it can be a cool feature of Next.js. It is definitely a bit more advanced, but it can be a pretty cool feature. So let's just kind of summarize everything once here again. Intercepting routes allows you to load a route from another part of your application within the current layout. This routing paradigm can be useful when you want to display the content of a route without the user switching to a different context. For example, in our application here, we display a feed, but when we want to view the post and we want to view the details of the post, we decide to just show a modal, but we still show the feed behind the modal. So what we're doing is we are loading a route from another part of our application, but we're maintaining within the current layout or the current feed page, which allows us to display the content of our route without switching context for the user. And then the way that we do this, we have our feed page that renders a link to each post at /post/ some dynamic ID. We also have our post page that has our dynamic route here that renders just an individual post, and that is within my app directory. So on the same level as my feed here, but then within feed, I have a @modal parallel route in which within my layout here, I make sure to render that modal to the page or else this will not work because we need to have that parallel routing behavior as well. And then within @modal, also, it's important to return null from your default.jsx because as you can see here in one of the Next.js examples, that's not the same that we were doing, but similar concept, adding the default.js file that returns null will ensure that the modal is not rendered when it's not active. So this just makes sure that we only show the modal when we want to. So within our @modal folder, we render a default.jsx and we just return null. But then within @modal, this is where we add our route intercept, in which you do that with parentheses, and then you use dots to match whatever route you're trying to intercept. So in our case, we need to go from feed and match our post. So we just need to do .post/ID, matching post ID. And then within our route intercept, we can decide what we want to render when the user is on the feed page and they try to go to /post/ some ID. this is going to be what we render instead of this post/ID page. So in our app, when we click view post, it intercepts that, it shows the modal. But if I just go to the standalone /post/1 page, which I can do by just refreshing this, you can see we no longer have the context of the feed. So we can still go here individually. It's only going to intercept it in the context of coming from the feed page. Now, it can definitely be helpful to read a bit more about this in the docs here. I'll link the docs in the description below. Here you can kind of see a good description of matching different paths. So just a single dot will match segments on the same level. 2 dots will match segments one level above. And then you're going to use this syntax here, basically parenthesis, dot, 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 parenthesis, parenthesis, dot, 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 parenthesis, to match segments 2 levels above. And then 3 dots wrapped with parentheses to match segments from the root app directory. And then if you're looking at this photo here, you might see like, why did they use dot dot here, but we use dot dot when we're in this extra modal folder? You just gotta almost ignore this modal folder within the context of route intercepts, because this modal folder, it's not technically a route segment. It's just like a route slot. So it's not affecting the URL at all. So we still just need to go up one level here, which is why this works to match our post here. But hopefully that's clear. Hopefully that makes sense and helps you out with route intercepts, data fetching in Next.js, and then a couple of things to look out for as well. So we'll cover both server and client side data fetching. So if we come to my running application here that fetches the data for this page, what you're going to see is that it looks like about how you would fetch data in just a basic React application, to where we have some state up here. We use a use effect that runs on mount. On mount, we call this fetch post function. It fetches from the JSON placeholder API. If that is successful, it sets the post. And then here below, if we have our posts, we render them out to the page. One important consideration here is that we need to use the use client directive at the top of this page, because we are using other React features within this component like use state as well as the use effect to run this on mount. So because of that, we need to make sure that this is a client side component. So if you need to fetch stuff client side in Next.js, you're going to need the use client directive at the top, and then you're probably going to use a use effect to run it on mount, and then set some state within your fetch request, and then also probably handle some either loading or error state. I think a slightly better way that I could have actually handled this is just having a single status piece of state, to where the status of our post is either loading or error. So it kind of consolidates that state into one piece of state. I think that's generally a little bit better practice, but this will also get the job done just fine. So client side, probably going to use a use effect on mount, make that fetch request, set some state, and then you use the use client directive at the top of the page. And this is a way to do it. You might have to do this sometimes throughout your Next.js applications, and this is still a valid way to fetch data. However, Next.js recommends that you fetch data server side, or at least you first try to fetch data server side. And this is kind of how you do it server side. We can just make our component an asynchronous component right at the top. So export default async function, data fetching server. Right at the top of the page, we can await a fetch request, check if that response is okay or not, and then continue to render out the data from that fetch request. So we don't need to use effect. We don't need to set state. It's much more kind of straightforward, and it'll happen server side, which means if we come back here, if I refresh the page here, you see that we get a little bit of a flicker on the page, where for a brief second before the data comes in, it sets a loading state. And we see that for just a second here. But if I go to data fetching server, we see it renders. But if I refresh here, we see that we don't get any sort of flicker. It's just kind of more immediate, which is one of the benefits of fetching data on the server. And then not only this, but I just think from a code perspective, it is so much more straightforward to just have like these 3 lines of code here, rather than having all of this going on for fetching data client side, where you're setting state, you're using a use effect, you're managing the loading state as well. So you just have more state, you have a use effect. It's a little bit more kind of complex code compared to just this right here. Just we make it an async component. We fetch that data at the top level. We check if the response is okay. And then here we await the response.json and then render out our users to the page. So this would be fetching data server side. And this, of course, is fetching data client side. You can do both, but Next.js recommends fetching data server side for a couple of the reasons that I just mentioned: code cleanliness, as well as you don't kind of run into that flickering issue and can improve performance fetching data server side. Now, what if, as I ask here, and I'm going to cover some future videos that go over some different patterns of fetching data kind of server side and fetching data generally, but what if you needed some client side interaction on this page, on your server side page? Should you convert it to like a client component and then fetch that data client side like we did here? Or what do you do in the case of needing some client side interaction on your server side data fetching page? Well, instead of making this all a client component here, say I had like a button here that needed to handle an on-click event. And anytime you need to handle like a actual user action, it's going to have to be client side. What we would do instead here is we would just create our own client side component and then import it into this page. So rather than having like this client side button and then on click, we will just pass a function that doesn't do anything. We'll just console.log clicked. This is not going to work because event handlers cannot be passed or cannot be used within our kind of server component here. But rather than turning this entire component client side and needing to change all this data fetching into client side data fetching, a much better way to solve this is we can just create a new component. I'm just going to name it client button.jsx, use client at the top, export default function client button. And then we can just return this button here like so. And then here we can instead just render our client button in its place. So then all this still stays server side, but we just kind of leave open a slot to render this client side button. And then here you can see we have no issues. We can click on this button here. And when I open my console, you can see that I was indeed clicking on it 4 times, clicking on it again. So that's all working as expected, but we didn't have to change this all to client side. So that's something to look out for. If you do server side fetching, there's often ways that you can keep it server side, even if you need to do some client side stuff on that page. So just as a quick recap here, for client side fetching, you're going to need to use the use client directive at the top of the page. You're likely going to need to set some state at the top level of that component. You'll likely use a use effect that runs on mount and then makes your fetch request. And then once that request is completed, either sets the data from the request or it sets an error. Or you can alternatively fetch data server side to where you create an async function. You fetch your data just at the top level of your function. You could check if the response is successful or not. If it is, you can then call response.json and await that, and then render out your data just directly. And this is the recommended approach from Next.js. Fetch your data server side. And then if you do need any client side components, you can create those and then just import them into your server component rather than turning all this into client side code. So those are the fundamentals of fetching data client side and server side in Next.js. We're going to get into some other patterns here in future videos, but let me know if you have any questions below. Every now and then in your Next.js applications, you might find that you need to fetch data sequentially. So you make one fetch request, you wait until that fully completes, and then you make the next fetch request. And if we look at the code for this sequential data fetching page, what you see is that we first fetch our user here, and then we fetch our posts. And since our posts are dependent on the user ID, we kind of have to do this sequentially. If you didn't have to do this sequentially and your second request did not rely on the result of your first request, like our post request relying on the user ID here within the URL, if it didn't rely on it, then you could kick off both of these requests at the same time and then use something like promise.all to kind of concurrently fetch this data. But in the case to where they are dependent on each other, there is a better way to kind of structure this page, because right now our second request takes 2 seconds, our first request takes half of a second. So to load this entire page, it's going to take about 2.5 seconds. And if we come back to the page here, let me open up the network tab. And if we look at how long it takes to load this page or this document, it's going to take a little over 2.5 seconds, which isn't ideal. To show you this maybe even a little better here, if I go to just our home Next.js page, and then we navigate to the sequential data fetching page, you're going to see that it's just going to sit here on our home page for about 2.5 seconds until we load our sequential data fetching page, which it would be great if we could kind of improve this user experience a little bit to where maybe we could render out the page when this first request is complete, but then we show like a loader for our post component until that request completes. And with Next.js kind of loading and streaming, you can do exactly that. So if we go to my streaming page, we still have our initial request to get our user, but now on this page, we render a suspense component with a fallback, and we render a separate posts component. So we've kind of split out our posts UI, this UI right here. We've split that out into its own component, and then we just pass the user ID down to this component. And then in the post component, this is where we make the fetch request for the post with the user ID and then render out our posts. But what this allows us to do is we can now just render out this post component with a suspense component wrapped around it, which is going to have the effect of we're going to be able to render this streaming page as soon as the user request completes. And then in the meantime, we will render out this suspense component with a loader until our post request completes. So if we go look at the streaming page here and just kind of make a mental note here, when I go to the streaming page and navigate to it, just think about how quick this feels compared to going to the sequential page. We see it much sooner, and then we load in the posts later. So if I refresh the page, we load our user, and then our posts come in later. But the overall experience here just feels a little bit better. It still takes about 2.5 seconds to render the whole page, but to show you this maybe even a little better, we go to our home page and we go to our streaming page. You can see that only after half of a second, we actually get to the page and then we render in the post later. So the user could even interact with this page a little bit early. Whereas if we come back to our home page and then we go to sequential, it just sits here for a long amount of time and then it renders the entire page and then we can finally interact with it, which is not the ideal experience. And I think the experience of our streaming page is much better here, to where we kind of progressively stream this page to prevent it just kind of being blocking the entire time. Now, one other important detail here is if we go to our sequential page and you see it takes a while, it just makes the whole kind of application here feel pretty slow. But if I refresh this page and then I click show details, just kind of watch the experience that we see. So I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to click show details. And then you see the modal just kind of disappears. So I refresh, show details, and then it kind of removes the modal altogether. And that's because we've refreshed the page, and although we can still click the show details button, the entire page gets loaded in and then kind of wipes out that state and removes that button. Whereas on the streaming page, if I do a refresh of the page here and I click show details, what you see is our posts render in, but our modal still stays because we still rendered our entire page when we first see it, and then we can still interact with it. So it also improves the interactivity of your page quite a bit by having this sort of streaming behavior. So hopefully this example makes it clear that kind of streaming that data in can really improve that user experience. So just to kind of recap here, if you need to fetch data sequentially, so one fetch request relies on the other, using streaming is probably a pretty good solution to improve your user experience. And the way that you can do that is for the UI that you want to show from your subsequent request, your request that relies on your other request, you can break that into its own component and then wrap that with the suspense component that you import from React. For that suspense component, you need to give it a fallback. In our case, we just pass in a paragraph tag that says loading post, but this could be a different loader. But you use this suspense component, importing it directly from React, and then you can render your component that is going to make that kind of secondary request. And then that request can occur in that component itself. And when that request completes, it will return all the UI here. But in the meantime, we're going to show this fallback component of loading posts, which is why you see in our streaming here, we see loading posts, and then that is rendered in. But in the meantime, the rest of our page is still going to be interactive here, kind of the top portion of this page that isn't wrapped in the suspense, which in my opinion is going to be a much better user experience. The user is going to be able to see that page sooner if they're originally navigating to it. And overall, I just think it's a much better kind of UI and UX of streaming that data in when you have sequential data fetches rather than just making it all be blocking for that entire page. And whenever possible, if your fetch requests are not sequential here and they're not dependent on each other, then fetch these requests kind of concurrently, make the fetch request at the same time. And then instead of just awaiting each request here, you could use something like promise.all and then wait for the request to resolve that way, rather than kind of having a waterfall effect here. So hopefully this video kind of helps you out. This is a pretty common UX case that you might run into. So hopefully this helps. Hopefully you learn something. In Next.js, you can use server actions that will let you run server-side logic directly from either client or server components. And this prevents you from needing API routes or even client-side fetch requests. These can be useful for securely mutating data, submitting forms, and keeping your UI and business logic clean and efficient. So server actions, they are kind of functions that run on the server that allow you to perform server-side logic from your components without necessarily needing to create different API routes or other fetch requests. And they can be used in event handlers, in form actions. They can be used really all throughout your code base, and they can be quite useful. So let's look at an example of using a server action when submitting a form, as well as when using a client-side button, because you can use these both server and client-side. So if we come back here, I render out this page, I render out a submit message form component as well as a client button. So let's look at the submit form here first. And in this form, what you could see is it's just a basic form that has a button and an input. And then for the form action, I set it to this submit message function. And what this function is a server action. So you can see I import it from my server actions file. Your file doesn't need to be named server actions, but there is one thing you do need to have. So if we go to server actions, we can see my submit message function that I export. It is a async function. Your server actions will be async server-side functions. And then here at the top of the file, you can see I use a directive called use server. This is kind of a similar pattern that you might use when using a client component, putting use client at the top. Instead of that, for our server actions, we're going to put the use server directive at the top of the file. And that tells Next.js that within this file, all the functions are going to be server functions. They're going to run on the server. And then all this submit message function does is it accepts the form data from the form, just like any other function would that's in your action attribute. And then we are going to basically just console log form submitted and the message. So if I open my console here, I'm going to do a bunch of return statements so we can see it. I'm going to go back, and if I type in submitting a form, I click submit, we see form submitted, message submitting a form. So everything looks to be working correctly here. We added our server action to the action attribute of our form here of submit message. So then our server action here accepts our form data and we console it out here down below. Just to see it one more time here, click submit and we see some form message logged down below. Now, of course, in your actual application, you're not just going to console log something. You might make a post request to your database. You might do some other business logic that you have here when the form is submitted, but you can run all that server side without needing to create different API routes. You can keep your form all server side here. We don't need to use any kind of use client directives or anything like that. And it can be a really nice way, nice clean way to write some server-side logic without needing to spin up API routes and stuff like that. We also render out this client button here. And if we go to the client button, you can see that this is a client component. And instead of calling the server action from the action attribute of a form like we did here in our previous example, we can do that directly within the on click of this button. So I just render out this basic button here. But in the on click, we call or pass in or reference this handle click function that we also import from our server actions file. And within our server actions file, we can see the handle click. It just console logs that the button was clicked. And of course, like I said before, this is where you might have some of your actual business logic for your application. But importantly, it's still within this use server file. So this is going to run server side here, even though it's a client component, which is quite nice. So we just pass that into the on click, importing that from our server actions file. And if I open my console here again and hit a bunch of return statements, so it's nice and clear to us, and I click this button a few times here, what we can see is button clicked, server action triggered, like so. So we can see that that is working as expected, even within a client component. So you can use these server actions both in client and server components, both within on-click handlers and within your action attribute of a form. These are super, super useful and definitely something that you need to know about. Now, in this video, I covered using them within their own file or creating server actions within their own file with the use server directive, but you can also inline these server actions within your components themselves. And you can put the use server directive at the top of the file. And you can see that here in the Next.js docs where they had this async function within this page component, and they use the use server directive right at the top of the body of this function before they do some data mutations and other stuff that you might do within a server action. So you can inline these as well. For me personally, I don't love the way this looks. I think this looks a little less clean. I like to create a separate file like we did here and use the use server directive at the top of the file, but you're going to have different opinions about that and can decide which one that works best for you and your application. So that is the fundamentals of server actions in Next.js. Hopefully this helped you understand like why they're useful, why they're important, and as well as kind of how you can use them and where you can use them within client and server components, forms, on-click handlers. They can be super useful and used in a lot of different places. So today I'm going to show you a quick tip here in Next.js. So basically it's going to be how you can redirect within server actions. Now, this isn't necessarily specific to just server actions. We're going to use this redirect function from Next Navigation here in this example, but you can use the redirect function for other things like server components, route handlers, and server actions, as you can see here in the Next.js docs, which I will also link this in my description below. Now we'll also at the end cover some things that are good to know as well as permanent redirect, as it's basically the same as redirect, but we'll cover that here towards the end. So if you want to redirect a user within server components or server actions, you can use this redirect function from Next Navigation. So here I have a form page, and basically how this is set up is that we pass an action, which is our handle form server action, to our form that we have here. And you can see that form in my page right here. This is a very impeccably styled form. When the user submits, it's going to trigger this handle form server action, which it's basically going to check, all right, does the form data name equal the string redirect? If it does, redirect them to a success page, else redirect them to an error page. So we just import redirect from next/navigation, and then we just call that function when we want to redirect the user. To prove to you that I'm not lying that this works, if I pass in redirect and I do submit, we see success. You have been redirected. If I come back and I do error, I see something went wrong. So clearly it's working. That is how you can redirect in your server actions or your server component. You just call the redirect function from next navigation, and then you pass in the path that you want to redirect them to. So I pass in redirect, it redirects me to the success path, and then error redirects me to the error path, as you can see up in my URL. Now, a couple of notes here regarding redirects. For one, redirect returns a 307 temporary redirect. Status code by default, when used in a server action, it returns a 303, which is commonly used for redirecting to a success page as a result of a post request. It internally throws an error, so it should be called outside of try-catch blocks. It can be called in client components during rendering process, but not in event handlers. You can use the use router hook instead. So this redirect function is kind of more for server-side stuff, but it can be used in client components during the render. If you need to use a redirect during like an event handler or user action, use the use router hook. And then redirect also accepts absolute URLs. I was using relative URLs, as you can see here, /success and /error, maps to my error page and my success page. But you can pass absolute URLs that redirect to external links. And if you'd like to redirect before the render process, you can use the next.config.js or middleware. Now, very similarly, if it's going to be a permanent redirect, so this could be a case where maybe a user, like they say this example here, if a user mutates their profile URL, well, their previous profile URL isn't going to exist at all anymore. It's no longer going to be that. So it's going to be a permanent redirect. And in that case, instead of using the redirect function from next navigation, you can use permanent redirect. And you can use that basically the very same way that you would use the redirect function. However, permanent redirect, it returns a 308, which is a permanent redirect status code. It also accepts absolute URLs, so you can redirect to external links. And you can do the same thing about where if you'd like to redirect before the render process, you can use next config or middleware. So that is the TLDR and redirect and permanent redirect here in Next.js. Pretty straightforward. Didn't want to make this too long, but let me know if you have any questions. Everything you need to know about server components in Next.js. What are they? What are the benefits of server rendering in general? How are they kind of implemented in Next.js, and how are they even rendered? And then what is this thing that you might have heard before of the RSC payload? What even is that? Well, we're going to cover all that in today's video. So we'll start with what are server components? Well, they basically allow you to render UI on the server. In Next.js in particular, this rendering is optimized through route segment splitting and supports other strategies of rendering. But first off, optimizing through route splitting is basically sending a chunk of server rendered code to the browser for every route to improve performance a bit. And then for other strategies of rendering, you have static rendering, which is rendering at build time. So when you build your application, that is where that code is going to be rendered into UI on the server. And you also have dynamic rendering, which is rendering at request time. So when the user goes to a certain URL and your browser makes a request to your server, that's then when your server is going to render your code into UI and then send that back to the browser. So it's doing it at request time instead of at build time. And then you also have streaming, and this is where work is split into chunks and streamed to the client as it becomes ready. So I have different videos on this, but you might create suspense boundaries around maybe more computationally expensive code. And what Next.js will do is it will progressively send that rendered code to the browser when it is complete. So if you have a page and then you have a computationally expensive like component within that page that you're rendering, well, you might wrap that component in a suspense boundary send all of the other code to the browser first so the user can still see, like, okay, this is the layout of the page and like other stuff can be interactive. But then for that computationally expensive component, Next.js will send that chunk, that rendered chunk of code, to the browser once it's ready. So the user doesn't have to wait for the entire page to load. It first gets most of the page, and then you kind of send the chunks that you wrap in suspense boundaries as they are ready. And Next.js regards this as streaming. So it supports these 3 different types of rendering here. Now, what are the benefits of server rendering? Like, why should you care? Why shouldn't you just render everything client side and kind of do what a lot of people used to do when just creating more so vanilla React.js applications without using something like Next.js? Well, for one, it helps improve performance when it comes to data fetching because it moves data access closer to your backend, which can improve performance by reducing time it takes to fetch data and the number of requests the client needs to make. So, literally, just moving the data fetching or the data access to your backend can reduce the time it takes to fetch data in general. And then also, it can reduce the number of requests the client needs to make. And some of the most time intensive things in an application are making network requests from the browser. So it can improve performance via data fetching. Also, I'm sure you know this one, security. It can help you prevent exposing different things to the client because you're just rendering on the server. You don't need to necessarily ship that to the client. Also, caching, you can share cached server rendered content across users. Performance, so, similar to the data fetching one and improving performance there. With server rendering, less JavaScript can be sent to the browser, resulting in the browser having less client-side JavaScript to download, parse, and execute. So if you're able to render something on the server and just send that rendered HTML back to the client, well, it's not like you're sending a bunch of JavaScript to the client to then have the client convert that into HTML and then render to the page. You just render it on the server, send that HTML to the client, so the client doesn't need to download, parse, and execute this JavaScript, which can slow down the performance of your application. And on a similar note, the initial page load can be better because you generate the HTML on the server, making the page immediately available to the client. And like I said earlier, the client doesn't then need to download and parse this data. SEO can also be improved because the immediate HTML helps bots index the page and generate other kind of social cards, which can improve your SEO as well as sharing. And then, like I alluded to earlier, with the streaming rendering that Next.js supports server side, you can split rendering work up into chunks and then send them to the client as they are ready. And this is kind of along the lines of partial rendering as well. Now in Next.js, by default, all of your components are going to be server components. So it's very easy to create server components, which is quite nice. And Next.js kind of has you thinking a little bit kind of server first when it comes to your rendering and components. Now you can opt in to client components, which help you add more interactivity. So server components have all these benefits, but client components still have the benefit of being very interactive, meaning the user can click on buttons and type in inputs and actually be more involved and interact with your application. For that type of work, client components are going to be the thing to use for that. And you can use those by adding the use client directive to the top of your client component file or your component file to make that be rendered on the client. We'll cover more about client components here in a future video, but by default, Next.js is going to have all of your components be server components. Now, how are server components rendered? Well, Next.js uses React APIs to render server components. It splits its work by route segment and suspense boundaries. So by default, it's going to render by route segment. And then if you put different suspense boundaries, like I discussed earlier, it's going to create separate chunks for that code that is wrapped in suspense boundaries, which is going to allow you to ship that potentially more computationally expensive code at a later time compared to some other code that may be more so just static content. Now, you can also think about this rendering when it comes to on the server and then what happens on the client. So on the server, React renders server components into a special format called React Server Component Payload, or also termed as RSC payload, which I'll cover in a little bit more detail here. But after it does this, Next.js takes this RSC payload and client component JavaScript instructions to generate the final HTML. And then on the client, the pre-rendered HTML is immediately shown as a non-interactive preview during initial load. Then after that, the RSC payload is used to reconcile the server and client component trees and update the DOM, the document object model, your tree-like data structure of all of your HTML on your web page. And then number 3, JavaScript instructions hydrate, which hydration means to display React components inside a browser DOM node whose HTML content was previously generated. So you generate the HTML and show that to the user, but then you take those JavaScript instructions to display React components inside those previously generated HTML nodes, and then it hydrates the client components, which enables interactivity. And then for this RSC payload here, just a little bit more details on this. It is a compact format React uses to deliver the rendered component tree. So it contains the rendered output of server components, placeholders, and script references for client components, and it also contains the props passed between server and client components. So if you hear RSC payload, they're talking about a compact format that React uses to effectively deliver your component tree to the browser. So to recap, server components allow you to render the UI on the server. So server side, you're going to take your code and convert it into your user interface, all the HTML that you're going to see, and then you're going to ship that to the browser. In Next.js, this is optimized through static, which is rendered at build time, dynamic, rendered at request time, and streaming. The work is split up into chunks and streamed to the client as it becomes ready. Now, the benefit of server rendering is that data access is moved closer to your backend, which can improve performance and reduce the number of requests that the client needs to make. It can help improve security by not exposing as much to the client. It can help improve caching and sharing server rendered content across users. Less JavaScript is sent to the browser, which is, as a good rule of thumb, the less JavaScript you send to the browser, the better your application is probably going to perform, because the browser will then not need to download, parse, and execute as much JavaScript. Initial page load is going to be better because the generated HTML on the server is going to immediately be available for the client. It doesn't need to download and parse that data. SEO can be improved by immediate HTML availability, helping bots index that a little bit better. And then you can also perform streaming and split that work up into chunks. Now in Next.js, server components are the default, so you don't need to do anything for creating server components in Next.js. All of your components are going to be server components by default, but to opt into interactivity, you can use the use client directive at the top of the page, which will make that now a client component. And then finally, server components are rendered by having React take those server components and render them into a special format called your RSC payload, which your RSC payload that is going to include your rendered server components, placeholders, and script references for client components, and then all the props passed between server and client components. And then once it has that RSC payload, it is going to take that, and then it's effectively going to ship it to the browser. The pre-rendered HTML is immediately shown as a non-interactive preview. The RSC payload is used to reconcile the server and client component trees to update the document object model. And then JavaScript instructions will hydrate the client components, which will enable interactivity. So hopefully that clears up what server components are, how they're actually rendered, how they're used in Next.js. I know it can be a little bit tricky if you're, really used to thinking client side, but there are some clear benefits of using server components, and hopefully this video helped clear it up. But I'm going to have more videos on server components, client components, using them together and all that stuff. So stay tuned for that. Client components in Next.js. What are they? What are the benefits of them? How do they kind of work in Next.js? And what are some things to consider when using client components in Next.js? And then how are client components rendered? How does that work with server components? What is the RSC payload? We're going to cover all that here in today's video. So first off, what are client components? Well, they're just components in your Next.js application that allow you to write interactive UI. They're still pre-rendered on the server, but they can use JavaScript to run in the browser. So anytime that you want to write UI or have an experience that the user interacts with, so they take some actions on your web page, maybe it's opening and closing a little drop-down card like we have here, or maybe it's typing in an input, clicking a button. They're interacting with the page. The user is taking some action on your page. This is where you're going to be using client components. Now, importantly, they're still pre-rendered on the server, but they can use JavaScript to run in the browser. Now, this kind of point here for what are client components already kind of points out one of the main benefits of client components of creating your interactive UI. But to kind of touch on that a little bit more here, anytime you want to use state or the use effect hook, or really any other hooks in your application or event handlers, this is where you're going to be using client components. It's going to allow you to give immediate feedback to the user and update the UI. So anytime you're using React state, hooks, effects, event handlers, you're going to do that within a client component. Additionally, client components also give you access to browser APIs. So if you want to use local storage, the geolocation API, there's a ton of different browser APIs, but anytime you want to kind of reach for one of those browser APIs, it's going to have to be done within a client component as well. So client components allow you to access React state, hooks, effects, event handlers, browser APIs, and really anytime you want to add that interactivity to your page and immediately update the UI based on some sort of user action. So they click a button and that pops up a modal, and then they type in the input of the modal, and then they save and you want to show a toast message or something. All this is probably going to be done, or a lot of it's going to be done with client components. Now in Next.js, there's a few considerations here. So by default, Next.js components are going to be server components. So you need to opt into creating client components. And you do that by at the top of your file. So you write your component in React.js, just like any other component, you export a function from a file. Well, at the top of that file, to make it a client component or to gain access to some of those browser features or React state and all that stuff, you're going to put the use client directive at the top of the file. So just a string that says use client at the very top of your file above your component. And this use client directive is used to declare a boundary between server and client modules. All modules imported to a use client file, including child components, are considered part of the client bundle, which is a very important consideration. Anytime you import a component into a use client component, that is going to be a client component and included in the client bundle. So an important thing to keep in mind is that this use client directive, it declares a boundary between server and client modules. It's not necessarily just saying like this single component is going to be a client component and this single file is going to be a client component. It's saying our client bundle starts here with use client, and anything you import into it is going to be included in the use client bundle, which is also a reason that Next.js generally recommends you to try to keep your client components as more so leaves in your React tree. So you keep them far down your React tree, meaning you don't import a lot of different components into those because you don't want to kind of blow up that client bundle and lead to just, large client bundles that can potentially decrease performance, and it kind of prevents all the benefits of server-side rendering. Now, trying to use event handlers, React hooks, and browser APIs in server components are going to cause errors in your application. So it's not like it's something that just is recommended by Next.js. If you try to do it, your application will literally error out. So keep in mind, anytime you try to do this stuff, you have to be paying attention to where you're setting up your server and client boundaries and whether you're actually in kind of your client boundary when using these features. Now you can define multiple use clients in your React component tree. So it's not like you only have to define one boundary. Like say you have a far left branch of your tree, and at the bottom of that branch, you have a client boundary. and then down the right branch of your component tree, you do it again, and then down like another branch of your tree, you do it again. That's totally fine. You can do that in multiple areas. And this splits your application into multiple client bundles. Use client doesn't need to be defined in every component that needs to be rendered on the client. Once you define the boundary, all child components and modules imported into it are considered part of the client bundle. So that kind of goes along with what we said earlier. Once you mark a file, use client, all child components and modules imported into it will be a part of that client bundle. So that also means that you don't necessarily need to, if you import another component into a client component, you don't necessarily then need to put use client at the top of that file, because you've already marked that boundary as part of your client bundle. Now, you could argue that just to be explicit about it, putting use client in that, like saying, hey, this is a client component, putting use client at the top still makes sense, which I would actually agree with as well, but you wouldn't necessarily need to. So just be careful. If you don't want something client side, but then you import it into a client component, just know that that is now going to be included in the client bundle. Now, how does all this actually get rendered? It's kind of different depending on whether it's a full page load or it's on subsequent navigations. So for a full page load, React renders the server components into the RSC payload, the React server component payload. Next.js takes the RSC payload and client component JavaScript instructions to generate the final HTML. The pre-rendered HTML is immediately shown as a non-interactive preview during the initial load. The RSC payload is used to reconcile the server and client component trees and update the DOM, or the document object model. This is the tree-like data structure of all of your HTML nodes throughout your actual web page. And then JavaScript instructions will hydrate client components, enabling interactivity. And hydration is effectively displaying React components inside browser DOM nodes where the HTML is already generated. So that's for a full page load. But then on subsequent navigations, client components are rendered entirely on the client without the server rendered HTML. The client component JavaScript bundle is downloaded and parsed. Once ready, React will use the RSC payload to reconcile client and server component trees and update the DOM. All right, so there is a little distinction here between full page load and subsequent navigations. So just a quick recap here of the main points. Client components, they are components that allow you to run JavaScript in the browser and allow you to add interactivity to your apps. The main benefits are interactivity using React features like state, effects, hooks, and then you also can use event handlers, browser APIs, local storage, session storage, all that stuff. And then in Next.js, your components by default are going to be server components, but then to make that a client component, you add use client to the top of the file. Now, importantly, all child components and modules imported into a use client file are going to be part of the client bundle. So use client directive at the top of the file isn't just saying that this file is going to be a client component. It is saying, hey, this is the start of our client bundle. Everything that's a child component or imported into this is now going to be part of that client bundle. So it marks a boundary. It's not necessarily just saying this file. And then for their actual rendering, React will create this RSC payload based on your server component. Next.js will then take this payload and the client component JavaScript to generate the final HTML. This HTML is pre-rendered and shown as a non-interactive preview during the initial load. RSC payload is used to reconcile server and client components and update the DOM. JavaScript instructions then hydrate the client components, enabling interactivity. For subsequent navigations, client components are rendered entirely on the client without the server rendered HTML. And then the client component JavaScript bundle is downloaded and parsed. Once ready, React will use the RSC payload to reconcile client and server components and update the DOM as well. So that is client components here in Next.js. For me, the two main takeaways are that the use client directive more so sets a boundary to where all child components modules imported into it will still be a part of the client bundle. And then also client components are just components that you use for interactivity in your application. So hopefully this video makes what client components are clear, and it kind of gives you a better idea of how they work and how they kind of set a boundary in your application and what you use them for and how they're actually rendered in Next.js. In my previous couple of videos on Next.js, we discussed the kind of concepts around server rendering as well as client rendering. But you're inevitably going to want to kind of interleave your client components with your server components. So today we're going to cover a very easy mistake that you might make, especially if you're kind of new to this kind of client and server components thing, when using both client and server components. So the example that we're going to use is fetching a list of data. And then when you click on one of these users, a modal pops up that shows some more details of the user. So a pretty straightforward example here, but this gives us some data fetching plus some user interaction here. The user is clicking to see more details of the modal. Now, there's other ways to do this. You could use route intercepts. So when the modal pops up, you don't lose context of the page behind it, and it's not just a black page. But you can see some of my other videos on how to do that. For the sake of this example here, we're just going to use some data fetching plus some user interaction of clicking and opening a modal to see some more user details. So what does the code actually look like for this? Well, at first glance, you might think that, okay, since we need to render a modal, and when the user clicks on a modal, we need to close the modal and open it, this is going to have to be a client component. And this initial implementation is just all client side. We have a user's piece of state. We have a selected user piece of state, loading and set loading. We use a use effect hook to fetch the users and set our users once they are fetched. And then down below, we map over our users and render them out. If the person using our application clicks on a user, it sets them as a selected user, and then we render a modal if there is a selected user. And then if they click on the little X at the top of the modal, it closes the modal by setting the selected user to null. And this works. We can see this in our application here. There's nothing that seems broken here, and this is totally fine. But the problem here is that when implementing it this way, we make everything client side here, including our data fetching in a use effect hook. And generally speaking, Next.js recommends you to do as much of your data fetching as you can server side. For one, it can prevent, if we had like some sort of API key or some sensitive keys that we're using, it can prevent shipping those to the client. It can lead to a little bit quicker requests and data processing since you're doing it from the server. And also it can very much so simplify your code by removing the need to do use effect, removing the need to have some of this state above. So if we go into users and look at a different page, how would this look server side? Well, we have our users page here. You can see that it is not a client page. And then here at the top, we just say const users equals await fetch users. And then here's our fetch users function, just using the fetch method at the same URL endpoint, and then it returns response.json. So this right here is greatly simplified compared to this right here. I would take this every day over how this kind of looks, just because use effects get a little bit tricky. And then we also have some more state variables here. And the more kind of state you use and the more use effects you use, the more kind of complex your app is, and the more chance or opportunity there are for bugs to kind of come into your program. To where this is super straightforward. And I really like how clean this looks. And then we're also getting all the benefits that I kind of mentioned earlier of doing the server side of potentially increasing performance, allowing the server, if we're doing some more kind of computations here on the fetched user, that might happen a little bit more quickly. We can prevent sending any sensitive data if we had like API keys and stuff like that. It's generally a good practice to fetch your data server side. Now we also have this user list here, and this is where the client side interaction is going to come in. So in Next.js, it's totally fine to import your client components into server components, and Next.js is still going to keep everything server side, except it's going to basically leave a slot open to render your client components on the client. So it is valid to import client components and render them within server components, it's not going to make everything client side by doing that. Only the client component you import into a server component is going to be rendered client side. Now, if we look at the user list here, we can see it is a client component. It has the same code for a selected user, mapping over our users and then showing a modal. And then all I did here was I broke the modal out into its own client component as well, to where we have the user modal here, just like what we did earlier, that handles this on click to close the modal and shows the details of the user. So if we go to this part of our application, we can see that this is our server side stuff. And if we click on our modals, everything still works as expected here, and we still achieve the same user experience that we want. But just this time around, we're doing our data fetching server side, which is recommended by Next.js and can improve the cleanliness of how your code looks. So we don't need to have that use effect and all that state up here. And then also we might get some performance and security benefits as well. Where here you can just see it's a lot more going on here, which can lead to bugs. Now, one important note before you go here is that since we have this user modal that we import into a client component, the user modal is automatically going to be a client component. So earlier, I mentioned that if we have a server component and we render a client component in a server component, that's totally fine to do. And Next.js is still going to have a separation between that server code and that client code. So it's not going to make this entire page client side just because we use a client component here. It's going to render everything else server side and then leave a slot open for this client component. But the same isn't true when importing into client components. So here, our user list sets the client boundary for our application or for this part of our application, meaning all children of this user list, as well as all components imported into it, are automatically going to be a part of the client bundle. So this user modal here is automatically going to be part of the client bundle. So if we wanted to, we could actually remove the use client here at the top, and this is still going to work. Even though we have like an on-click handler, we set some state, which normally you wouldn't be able to do in a component that doesn't have use client at the top. But since we just import this component into a use client component already, and we set our client boundary to start here at user list, and then we import user modal into user list. If we come back here and I refresh for good measure, we can see everything still works as expected, and we don't get any errors here. Because since we import user modal into a client component, it's automatically going to be client rendered, and we don't necessarily need to put use client at the top. Now, we can still do that, and I probably still would do that just to be more explicit about it, but you don't have to. So in summary here, try to do your data fetching on the server. I think it just leads to much more clean code. It can improve performance. It can help with security in your application, and it is the recommended pattern in Next.js. And then after fetching your data on the server, feel free to import client components and add that interactivity as needed. One issue that you can run into in Next.js is when trying to pass props from a server to client component. And in particular, when passing these props from a server to a client component, you need to keep in mind that they need to be serializable, which basically means the prop needs to be able to, or the value of the prop needs to be able to be converted into a JSON compatible format so it can be effectively transmitted from that server to client component so it can actually be used in that client component. So in our example here, I have this buy now button and this kind of product card that, is working as it should. But if we look at the code here, you could pretty easily make a mistake here to where we have our server component right here that renders out our product card. And if we look at our product card, which is a client component, you can see that we just pass a product here, which is an object, which is totally fine. Objects are serializable, so we can pass that at a prop. But what if we tried to move this handle by function into our server component here, like so, and then pass handle by as a prop. Well, I can imagine that you already see where I'm going with this. If we come back, we see functions cannot be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly expose it by marking it with use server, or maybe you meant to call this function rather than return it. So effectively, we're trying to pass a non-serializable value to our client component from a server component. And that's the crux of this issue. And if I remove this, you're going to see that this error now resolves itself, because from server to client components, you cannot pass JSX elements, functions, as we just saw, class instances, symbols, objects with a null prototype, as well as event objects from event handlers. So none of these are serializable values, which means that you can't pass them from server to client components. And I think it's often easier to just remember what's non-serializable rather than to remember all the values that are. But some of the values that are going to be objects, strings, numbers, Boolean values, arrays. All of those are going to be serializable and you can pass them from server to client. But these here, you're going to get the error that we just saw. Now, you might have cases to where this makes things a little bit more tricky, but you might just have to encapsulate more of your function logic in your client components. But as long as you remember that your props must be serializable from server to client component because they need to be able to be transmitted into a JSON compatible format, then you're going to understand this error and you're going to be able to find some sort of solution to it. And then just as a little bonus here, just keep in mind that it's totally fine to do what we're doing here, to where we're importing a client component into our server component. It's basically going to render everything server side and keep a slot open for this client component and then render that client side. But if we tried to do the opposite and imported a server component into a client component, what's going to happen in that case is that that server component is then just going to be included in your client component bundle, which is probably not your intention, because you need to keep in mind that when you use client here, it's saying, hey, our client boundary starts here. So anything else that's imported into this client component, or even that's rendered as a child of this client component, is going to be included in the client bundle. So server to client, you're going to just render those server components client side and ship those to the browser. But client to server, that's totally fine to do and a recommended practice in Next.js. So hopefully this video helps you out and kind of clears up what you can and can't pass as props, and also kind of clears up importing server and client components. In your web applications, you can use a strategy called prefetching, which effectively fetches data in the background to make your application feel much more snappy and much more performant when a user is actually interacting with your application. So for example, when you land on a certain page, you might prefetch a different page that is linked from that page. So when they click that link, that page has already been fetched and it makes your application feel very performant. And today we're going to look at doing that within a Next.js application, although you could do that in really any web applications. This prefetching strategy is kind of a concept that you can use in a lot of different places, but we're going to cover it here in this demo application implemented in Next.js. But first, two things. I want to cover the Next.js docs here, just a little bit of how that's implemented in Next.js. And then also, I need to apologize. My allergies are kicking my butt right now. And if I sound very nasally or there's a little bit of a sniffle here and there, I apologize, but I'm really getting my butt kicked by my allergies right now. But let's cover the docs here. So prefetching, it is a way to preload a route in the background before the user visits it. So kind of what I explained earlier. And there are two ways routes are prefetched in Next.js. A, you can use the link component, importing this from next link, in which routes are automatically prefetched as they become visible in the user's viewport. Prefetching happens when the page first loads or when it comes into view through scrolling. So if you use the link component from Next.js, which you often should be using to add links to your page, Next.js by default is going to prefetch that route that you're linking to when that page first load, that that contains that link or when it comes into view through scrolling. So Next.js kind of already automatically prefetches using the link component. So in our example today, we're not really going to cover this one because Next.js kind of already does it for you. I just want to make sure that you knew that that's already implemented out of the black box with Next Link. And I would generally recommend using Next Link for your links whenever possible. But you might also have cases where maybe client side, you're going to be navigating through like the router.push method. And when doing this, it's not automatically going to prefetch your routes. However, when you do that client-side navigation, you can use router.prefetch to programmatically prefetch the route. And that's what we're going to kind of look at here today. Now, if you want to learn a little bit more about like the default behaviors and kind of more nuances of how that works, I definitely have videos on the link component, and you can definitely read the docs here. I'll make sure to link this in the description below. But to get to the example here, we're going to open the network tab, and then I'm also going to show you the code here. So what we have here is a client component. I import use router from Next Navigation, and then I have this handle prefetch function that calls router.prefetch, and then I pass in a relative path that I want to prefetch. And if we go look at this blog page, basically all it does is renders a title and a paragraph saying like blog page, and then it also simulates a 2-second delay. So this would be like simulating if you fetched a whole list of blogs and maybe the server was running a little slow and it took a couple of seconds. This will just allow us to see the benefit of prefetching a little bit more. And then if we come back to my homepage here, that's a client component, I have two different buttons. One button is going to on mouse enter. So when the user starts to just put their mouse over this button, it's going to call this handle prefetch function, which is going to prefetch the blog page. And then when they click on it, it's going to call router.push to push them to the /blog page. But then I have another button here to kind of show the difference between the two. It doesn't handle the on mouse enter event here, and it doesn't do any prefetching. It just navigates straight to the blog page. So we're going to show a non-prefetched button to navigate to the blog page, and then a prefetched version. And just to make sure that we're totally clear here, in this case, I'm showing this for demonstration purposes to show you how prefetching works and how you can do that with the use router hook here in Next.js. But just know if you're just linking to a different page, use the link from Next Link and it will automatically handle prefetching for you. But I just wanted to show in those cases where you want to do some client-side navigation with router.push, how can you also prefetch in those cases? So if we come back to my browser here, what you're going to see here in the network tab is as soon as I hover over my go to blog prefetch button, it's going to make a network request to prefetch my blog page. But if I just navigate through this go to blog button, it should take a 2-second delay. Now, one thing to be very aware of here, when it comes to prefetching in Next.js, it only is going to do this in a production build. It's not going to do it when you just run npm run dev and you run your development server. I have already run a build and now I have served this build to localhost. So I ran npm run build and then npm run start. So I'm using my production build here. That's where you're going to see prefetching. If you try to spin this up and you don't build first and you just run npm run dev, you're not going to see the prefetching behavior. So just want to make sure you're aware of that to save you some time if you're going to kind of try this out in your local application as well. But on this production build here, we should be able to see this prefetching behavior. So let's first just try to go to this blog page without prefetching just to see the delay that it takes. So I'm going to click on this. You can see it fetches my blog page. And then after about 2 seconds here, we see the blog page. So if I come back, I'm going to refresh just to prevent like any caching or anything. I'm going to clear this. We're going to go to it again. You see it takes about 2 seconds and then we arrive to that page. Now, if I refresh and clear the console again, if I just hover over, go to blog, you see that it makes that request right away. And then if I click on it, it should be pretty much instant here. And it is. So you can already see here when doing this approach, it can really improve the perception of performance in your application because we already prefetched this route. So then it just becomes instant. And from a user's perspective, this feels much better. Now, of course, this is just an example for demonstration purposes. If the user was really quick about it and they hover over this and basically click right away, you still have a little bit of a delay there, but you might have a case in your application to where this sort of behavior maybe makes a lot of sense. And you go and you decide to prefetch on mouse over, and maybe this works really well in your application, but just conceptually speaking, just understand the concept that prefetching can help improve the performance of your application a lot. And you can kind of programmatically do it when the user takes different actions. It, of course, doesn't have to just be hovering over a button like what I'm showing here. There might be cases where this actually doesn't make a lot of sense because maybe you always expect the user to just come and click here automatically, and it doesn't kind of let your prefetch request finish before they click, so it really doesn't improve the performance that much. But I'm sure there are cases and scenarios that you'll run into where maybe you're like, man, this just, my app feels so slow when navigating this page. Maybe there is a user event where you can programmatically prefetch to really improve that experience quite a bit. So in summary here, prefetching is a way to preload a route in the background before the user visits it. In Next.js, if you use the link component from Next Link, routes are automatically prefetched as they become visible in the user's viewport. But there might be cases to where you want to navigate client side and use like router.push. And in those scenarios, you can still use prefetching using router.prefetch, and then you just pass in the URL path that you want to prefetch, and you can programmatically kind of improve the performance of your application. And we saw this here where the user on the on mouse enter event, we call this handle prefetch function. We called the router.prefetch after getting the router instance from the use router hook from Next Navigation. We call the router.prefetch with the path that we wanted to prefetch. And then in our application here, we saw that when we hover over this, it makes a request to prefetch the blog page. And now when we click it, it feels instant compared to if we just click on our button that doesn't do any prefetching here and we try to navigate to it, there's a 2-second delay because of the code that we have in place. And just keep in mind, prefetching is only going to work in your built applications. If you just try to do npm run dev and you're just running locally without a built application, you're not going to see this prefetching behavior. We're going to go over something that can be pretty tricky in Next.js and really in your web applications in general, or just a general kind of tricky software engineering issue. And what we're going to go over today is revalidation. Now, more specifically, today we're going to go over in Next.js, how does revalidation work when you're using the fetch function when making network requests and stuff like that. So we have our application up and running here. So if we go to the code, what you're going to see is I just have this quote page that basically awaits a fetch from this API that basically just is a free API that returns random quotes. And then we await the response.json, destructuring the quote and the author, and then showing those to the page, which you see right here. And of course, we have some Tailwind CSS styles to make this look at least decent. So with that, what do you think is going to happen when I refresh this page? Do you think that I'm going to get a new quote here, or what do you think is going to happen? And just so you're aware, I did build this application and then I served this application to localhost. So we are looking at a build application. So I ran npm run build and then npm run start. And that's important because in Next.js, you can get some different caching and revalidation behavior depending on if you're running a built application versus just running locally. I'm running this built because I think that in a real life application, you're going to build that and serve it, and this will be a little bit more realistic. So let's come back. And if I just do Command R and I refresh my page a few times, which it's kind of hard to see here because it's so quick, but you can see this kind of flickering a little bit. So I am indeed refreshing it, but you're not seeing this quote change here. And that's because this quote is just getting cached and returned. We are never kind of revalidating to get a new random quote. And of course, this is just an example calling this random quote API, but you probably will have situations in your applications where you don't want the cache data to just get served every single time. So how can we kind of adjust this behavior? Well, there's different ways to do this, but what we're going to look at today is we can pass a second option to the fetch function. We're going to pass an object, and we're going to give it a next property. And on this next property, we're going to point that to another object. And on this next object, we're going to pass a revalidate property. And then we can set this to a couple of different things. We can set it to a number in which it will tell Next.js, okay, when this fetch request runs again, when this page is refreshed, has this amount of time gone by? Should we revalidate this API endpoint and see if we get new data? Well, let's actually just show you how that works. So I'm going to pass a 5 in here. So it's going to say basically revalidate this every 5 seconds. So if I come back, I'm going to kill this. I'm going to run npm run build. We're going to build it again. I'm sorry, some of that's cut off, but you can see the command I ran. And then once this finishes, we're going to run npm run start and start this up again. I'm going to do a hard refresh just for good measure here. You see, I do get a new quote, but now I'm going to wait a little bit of time here, let 5 seconds go by, and clearly let 5 seconds go by for the sake of the video and not having you sit here for a ton of time. I assure you, I did let that time go by. I just probably edited that and made it a little bit easier to watch, but I definitely waited at least like 10 or 15 seconds. So I'm going to do Command R and refresh the page. And what you see is that nothing happened. And what happened here is that, okay, 5 seconds went by. So we did revalidate this. However, in Next.js, this is going to kind of work as stale while revalidate. We revalidated this, but it still shows you the stale data because it kind of eagerly shows you that stale data so it doesn't take more time while we revalidated the cache. So what that means is 5 seconds went by, we just revalidated the cache, but we still see the stale data. If I hit refresh again, we now see a new quote because now it shows us the new data. So that's kind of an important thing to remember is if you set this to a certain number, all it's telling Next.js and all we're doing here is for this fetch request, we're passing revalidate of 5. So after 5 seconds go by, I want you to revalidate this cache. However, when you revalidate it, it's still going to show the stale data initially, to where you're not going to get that revalidated new data until technically you are refreshing this twice, which can be a little bit confusing, but it's just kind of how this works. What if we pass 0 into this? Well, let's see how this looks. I'm going to kill it again. I'm going to run npm run build. And I'm going to run npm run start. And then I just did a hard refresh there for good measure, which is probably why you see another quote. But if I do Command R here again, you see I get a new quote. And again, a new quote. Again, a new quote. So now every time I do this, I get new quotes. Because basically, when I pass revalidate of 0 here, it's basically saying just don't cache this endpoint and just call this endpoint every single time that this page refreshes, which actually in our scenario, you might actually want. Now, we might actually have a button for the user to press to revalidate and generate a new quote, but maybe you just want every time this page refreshes is when you want a new quote. And in this case, if we pass revalidate of 0, that's what's going to happen here. Every time I refresh, we get a new quote. So again, that's different than if I pass a number here. When that amount of time goes by, Next.js is going to revalidate this endpoint, but it still shows that stale data on that first request, and then it will show you the new data on that second. Now we can also pass false here. And this is actually going to take us back to the default behavior that we saw earlier. But let's run npm run build again, and then we will serve this with npm run start. And now let's see how this works. Refreshed it for good measure there. But now if I continuously hit Command R, you see that we just get the same quote over and over again. So this takes us back to the default behavior, like I said. It basically means that we're just going to cache this, and it's not going to get revalidated if it's the same call to the same endpoint and no query parameters changed or anything like that. It's just going to return this data, which in a lot of cases is okay, but sometimes you want to control that revalidation behavior. Maybe you want it to be a certain amount of time that goes by that you want it to revalidate. So, it's maybe unlikely that it's just going to be 5 seconds, but maybe you pass a certain amount of time here. Maybe you want it to basically turn caching off and you just want it to always revalidate, and you pass 0 here. This is how you can control it. To your fetch function, as a second argument, you can pass an object. On that object, you can pass a next property. You can point that next property to an object. And then on that next object, you can pass a revalidate property and either set that to 0, which basically says, hey, turn caching off here. You can explicitly set it to false, which is basically just going to be the default behavior to where it's just going to cache this endpoint and it's not going to do the revalidation. Or you can set it to a certain amount of time, saying, hey, I want you to revalidate this endpoint after a certain amount of time. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know for me, at least, this can be kind of a tricky thing when getting into caching and revalidation, but in real world applications, this stuff is definitely important and this stuff matters. So how to use local as well as Google fonts in Next.js. That's what we're going to cover here today in this tutorial. I have this application here to where we use a couple of different styles of fonts. One of them is from Google and one of them is a local font that I downloaded, but I keep in my actual Next.js project. So I'm going to show you how to do both of those things here. I'm not going to cover every single little detail. There's actually quite a bit of different things that you can do with fonts in Next.js. So if there's something I don't cover here and you're wondering if there's availability for that, you can definitely check out this page in the docs that I will make sure that I have linked below as well. But if we head back to our project here and we go over to VS Code, let's first look at using Google fonts. All you need to do for that is import the font you want from next/font/Google. And we're going to import the Poppins font. So this is a font called Poppins, and we're importing that from next/font/Google. And then in order to use this font, we need to call this Poppins function that is returned from the next/font/Google. So we call Poppins here and we pass in an object and we decide what weight that we want to load from Google Fonts. And we also give it a variable name of font-poppins. And what this variable name is going to allow us to do is if we look at our global CSS, we can use selectors here and set the font family to that variable. So font Poppins, we are setting for our H1, H2, H3, H4, and then we're also using a utility class here that will just use the bolder variety of this font Poppins. It'll use our 600 font weight. And I'm importing this into my root layout. So this is going to be applied to all of our pages and our routes. If you wanted to do this to separate layouts, you could, but you could just import that font to those specific layouts, but we're in our root layout here. So we import Poppins from next font Google. We call that, we pass in an object. We decide what font weights we want to load in by setting a weight property and an array of the different weight values as strings. And then we set a variable property, which is basically saying, okay, what CSS variable do you want to use for this font? And we're using font-poppins. And then in our global CSS, we use the var function, and then we can use that font Poppins, matching what we use here in calling our Poppins imported from next.font/Google. And then for us, the only other thing I need to do here, and I'm also using Tailwind CSS for our styles as well. But the only other thing that I need to do here is in our root HTML here, in our root layout, we add our poppins.variable into our class name here. So on our root HTML, this is basically adding our poppins.variable, our variable here, which will give us access to use that in our CSS. So don't forget this step right here. As a class name, adding your font.variable if you want to use that variable in your CSS. And then just like that, for our global CSS, we set our H1 through 4 to this font Poppins. So if we look at some of our titles here and we inspect, what we're going to see is that this is our Poppins font for some of our titles here within our app. So our H2, our H1, so on and so forth are going to have our Poppins font, as you can see here. So pretty straightforward to just load a font from Google Fonts. And this is nice. Next.js, of course, optimizes this so it only loads in exactly what you need, and it doesn't load in, a bunch of different fonts and then you only end up using one. It's going to optimize this pretty dang well. Now, if you want to use local fonts, which we are also going to show you an example of, it's similarly pretty straightforward. So to do this, what you first need to do is you need to download the font and then add it to your public folder. So in our public folder here, we downloaded a couple of different fonts, the .ttf files for those fonts, and then we put them in a fonts folder within our public folder. And you could do this by going to Google Fonts right here. You could search for a different font. So I could search for this Merriweather font that I'm using. And then if I do get font and then I download it, you're going to get some .ttf files. And then I just drag and drop those files into my public fonts folders. And then once you download those and you have your font files in your folders, what you need to do then is you need to import local font from next/font/local. And then after doing that, you can call local font, pass it an object, just like what we did with our Google font right here. But we're going to call local font, pass it in an object, and then we need to pass in an src property, which is an array of the paths to the fonts that we want to load. So what's our path? Well, it's going to be public/fonts/ the name of our two files here. We have a light font and then a bold font. So on our src prop, it's an array. That array is going to contain objects. Those objects are going to have a path property, and that path is going to point to our relative path or our local path of the fonts we want to load. So /public/fonts/ Merriweather-white and then Merriweather bold. So we're loading multiple local fonts here. And then we're also setting a variable of font Merriweather, which is going to work just like our variable above. And then we make sure to add that variable to our root HTML here as well. And then our global CSS, we can use that font Merriweather variable as kind of our general font family. So if we come back, we should see in our running application here, for our non-headers, we're going to see that it's going to be this Merriweather font for our non-headers. And then up above, you can see that we have Merriweather, but we also specified Poppins for this Poppins word here. So if we go to our root page and we look at this Poppins here, that's going to be the Poppins font because we add this font Poppins semi-bold utility here. And since we add that class name, this is going to be the Poppins font. And then here, the Merriweather is actually italicized because we wrap it in a span with a class name of italic here. So you can see everything looks to be working as expected. So pretty straightforward here to use fonts in Next.js. And like I said, there's definitely more stuff you can do here. but this should at least get you up and running with using remote fonts from Google Fonts, as well as using local fonts. Basically, you just import a function from either Next Font Google, or you import local font from next/font/local. And then if it's from Google Fonts, you're going to then call that function with the different font weights that you want to load, as well as if you want to add a variable name or several different options that you can add to that font. And you can read more in depth on how to do some of that stuff here in the docs if there's extra stuff you need. But generally, the principle is that you just import this function, you call it with an object, pass different kind of settings to that font, and you do the same thing with local font. But for local font, you need to specify an SRC property that points to your local paths of the fonts that you downloaded and added to your public folder. And then if you are going to use CSS variables, just make sure in your HTML tag to add those variables to its class name, and then you can use those within your CSS like I do here. So hopefully that gets you up and running with fonts in Next.js, and hopefully all that's clear. If you have any questions, let me know, but hopefully this helped you out.